Prayers.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations, and grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Be seated, please. This meeting of the Honorable Senate for Friday, the 17th day of April 2026, is called to order. Before we begin the business of the day, as is custom, when a former member of the Senate transitions, we make reference to them, and specifically we speak today to the passing of Honorable Hugh Hart, former member of the Senate from 1983 to 89, served as the Minister of Mining and Energy and the Minister of Tourism during that period. Also known for his, or recognized for his contribution to the legal profession as a founding member of Hart, Muirhead, and Fata. But this morning we acknowledge him for his contribution to the development of this Jamaica land we love through his contribution in the Senate of Jamaica from 83 to 89. And I ask you to rise for the usual moments of silence. May his soul rest in peace and light perpetual shine upon him. Thank you. Of course, it would be remiss of us not to note passage of noted Jamaica singer-songwriter Ernest Smith, who passed away yesterday as well. I would ask the clerk to write to the family of former Senator Hart and indicate that his passing was recognized in the Senate today. Senator Johnson-Smith?
And if I might just, if you could allow me to just read into the record some further aspects of Mr. Hart's
absolutely. And the Senator
record.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And Senator, if you wish to
you.
say a few words, you may also as well, because I know that you are acquainted with him through his contribution to the legal profession.
Indeed, Mr. President, Mr. Hart was not only a former member of the Senate, but indeed a distinguished former minister and a well-respected member, not only of the legal fraternity, but of the private sector fraternity in general. And apart from his achievements and participation, he was just generally known to be a true gentleman, a decent and upstanding gentleman, always known for the highest integrity. And I must say I recognize that my start in legal circles, certainly my in-service, as we know, those of us who did law here in service, was done at Clinton Hart, and my first job was at Clinton Hart, after he had already left to start Hart Muirhead Fatter, but it was indeed the firm started by his father. The firm still bears his name. So I just wanted to read into the record of Hansard some of what is already in the public domain, but just to ensure that it is here. And in fact, these words were shared publicly by the chairman of the party, Mr. President, but they bear reference and are worthy of the record. He was a giant who served his country and his party well. He served with great pride and competence in a wide range of issues, including across the public and private sectors. His skills as an attorney are well-renowned and were well-renowned beyond Jamaica's shores, such that his loss is grieved. His passing is noted as a tremendous loss to Jamaica and the region. He was a legal luminary, a private sector leader, and an accomplished and shrewd policymaker whose skill at his craft was noteworthy and impactful. He served as a member of the Senate, as you have noted, Mr. President, between 1980 and 1993, as Minister of Mining and Energy between 1983 and 1989, and as Minister of Tourism between 1984 and 89. He was a director and former chairman of Jamaica Flour Mills, former chairman of Carreras Group, the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, the Bauxite and Alumina Trading Company, PCJ. He did so much, and he gave also with a willing heart, Mr. President. I know there are some here that would want me to note that he attended the Monroe College in 1940. And as is stated here, he became one of its most outstanding students in academics and sports.
True.
He was not a contemporary of Senator Hill, no. But to note, Mr. President, that he then went on to study externally, where he continued to excel in cricket, hockey, and tennis for the sporting enthusiasts who always like to remember their exploits in similar contexts, Mr. President. So I just ask that his memory, as recorded by Hansard, also include these elements, even as we join you, Mr. President, in extending sympathies to his family, to his friends, to his colleagues, the fraternity here and overseas. And again, we ask that his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Scott Motley. I know that I've taken both of you off guard because normally we would have waited a bit, so I apologize.
Might be me, but not Minister. But when I became aware of Hugh Hart, I was on the periphery of politics as a member of the PNP-YO. But it was obvious at that time that Mr. Siaga, who was then Prime Minister, placed quite a bit of reliance on his skills and his brilliance as a negotiator. Of course, where the leader of our party is concerned, he had a strong personal relationship with Hugh Hart, joining his chambers in 1993. And he describes Hugh Hart as one of the best commercial drafters. Perhaps it is that influence which would make one be able to say that Mark Golding is known as a brilliant drafter. So people come into your lives and they influence you in different ways. I adopt all the encomiums which a minister has made about former Minister Hart. I acknowledge his service throughout the different years, different stages of his life. And what I will say is that there are some people who serve no matter where you put them. They serve as leaders of sporting activities, leaders of political activities. They serve even amongst just, ordinary service. If you know what I mean, they are the ones who will go on and be, can I give you a cup of coffee? And that is because service is in their DNA. So on his passing, I speak on behalf of the People's National Party when I acknowledge the contribution he has made, not just to the political sphere, but to the nation as a whole, and in particular to the political arena. I send my condolences to the family, if it pleases you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. When you are making the relevant communication with the family, you can include the relevant parts of the transcript, in relation to the contribution of Scott Motley and Senator Johnson Smith. Okay? Thank you very much. Members would have noticed that we have actually 13 visitors today from the University of the West Indies, and they are from the newest hall at University of the West Indies, Mona, the George Allen Hall. So none of you can claim that you know any of them or that you were in the same hall, because that hall is only 7 years there. So they are from the leadership program of George Allen Hall, and we want to welcome you to the Senate today. As I point out, you are always welcome, and particularly members of the University of the West Indies, who the country places so much reliance on for your future contribution to the country. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual report and audited financial statements of the Real Estate Board and the Commission of Strata Corporation for the financial year 2019-2020, annual report and audited financial statements of the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority for the financial year 2018 to 2019, and its related ministry paper number 21 of 2026, titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority for the year ended March 31, 2019. White paper number 1 of 2016, titled National Destination Assurance Framework and Strategy. Under the Auditor General's Department Certified Appropriation Account, head 2,829 for the Supreme Court for the year 2012 to 2013, head 2,852 for the Legal Reform Department year 2019-2020, head 20,000 Ministry of Finance and the Public Service year 2020 to 2021, head 20,000 C Ministry of Finance and the Public Service 2020 to 2021, head 27,000 Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs year 2021-2022, head 27,000 Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs year 2022 to 2023. Thank you.
thank you very much. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally, questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the Senate, motions for leave to introduce bills, the presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained, public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today it is intended to pursue the passage of the affirmation of the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025 and to take through its concluding stages to open and take it through its concluding stages the Act to amend the Jury Act 2025. And we will take the matters in that order. If I may apologize from now, Mr. President, just to indicate that I will be stepping out of the Senate briefly to pay my respects to an old friend, and I ask your indulgence and permission and the understanding of colleagues. Minister Morris Dixon and Minister Hill will undoubtedly make sure all continues well in my absence, and I will return to close the... Indeed, and I'm so happy for that. You would have no idea. Mr. President, it is my honor to lead the debate on the Casino Gaming General Regulations 2025, the passage of which will form a critical part of bringing to life the nascent casino gaming industry in Jamaica. These regulations have been made by the Casino Gaming Commission pursuant to the powers granted under Section 72 of the Casino Gaming Act 2010, hereinafter referred to as the Act, and the Act came into force in June of that year. They have been drafted with the intent to safeguard both the well-being of patrons and the integrity of operations, to protect Jamaica's reputation, and to meet international standards for financial crime prevention. Mr. President, they've been approved by the Minister of Finance and the Public Service. They have been affirmed in that other place, and they are now before the Senate for our affirmation in turn. Mr. President, I want to give a bit of background before I enter into the regulations themselves, and I want to start with the matter of the integrated resorts development, because at the heart of these regulations is the drive to provide a further boost to Jamaica's economy by diversifying and enhancing our tourism industry, which is a major contributor to Jamaica's GDP. It is our largest generator of foreign exchange, and as importantly, maybe even more so, it is one of our largest employers. So while Jamaica's tourism product is generally, or tourism product offerings are generally well known and celebrated, there is great potential in other areas long awaiting being tapped, and one of those areas is before us today. So we have for some time been paving the way to strengthen our tourism competitiveness in this way. That is by stimulating investments in integrated resource developments. And as noted, the Act came into force from 2010. So this has been work in progress for some time. IRDs, including luxury hotel rooms, luxury shopping, entertainment facilities, and casinos in particular, because remember, this is a product that's placed at a particular level to build into a particular demographic or tap into earnings from a particular demographic. And that should always be kept in mind as well. But this has great potential to diversify, enhance, and further expand Jamaica's attractiveness and sought-after tourism product. Mr. President, the Casino Gaming Act was intended to facilitate our entry into and subsequent regulation of the casino gaming sector. And one of its principal objectives is to encourage the establishment of IRDs, of integrated resort developments, by licensing these developments to offer casino gaming as part of a mix of various tourism amenities and facilities available to the guests of such hotels in such developments. So this is a a package of amenities and not an intention to establish standalone casino gaming. And it's not that casino gaming doesn't exist in Jamaica already, because there are gaming lounges that are managed and regulated already, but that is, and even as acknowledged by the opposition in that other place, they operate at a different level, and it's not quite the type of product that is anticipated here. So under the Principal Act, again by way of reminder, Mr. President, the Minister responsible for finance may make an order declaring an integrated resort development to be an approved integrated resort development. And then members will recall that in 2021, we passed the Casino Gaming Amendment Act, which amended the requirements for application for an approved IRD, so that over the past however many years, we have not stood still. We have continued to review the processes and to improve the framework, as we continue to do today. So the 2021 Act amended the requirements to enhance the regime and to strengthen its appeal to potential investors. So that once approved, in order to operate a casino within an IRD, the developer must then make an application for a license from the Casino Gaming Commission. And as has been noted elsewhere and is a matter of public record, it was only last year that the first application for a license was submitted to the Commission. Mr. President, again, I'm providing this context by way of reminder and also by way of information for those who may not have been following the trajectory since 2010, and to set the proper context for consideration of the regulations today, so you recognize that they sit within a wider body of instruments, a wider framework, an ecosystem, all intended to work together to supplement each other with oversight from the Casino Gaming Commission to ensure successful entry into this new space within the tourism product. Mr. President, allow me to say just a little bit about the Commission. It's established as a body corporate under the Act to do a few things: to ensure that casino gaming is regulated efficiently and effectively, to protect children and other vulnerable persons, to ensure that casino gaming is conducted in a fair and open manner, and to prevent casino gaming from becoming a source of crime or disorder or being used to support crime. So right up front, Mr. President, we are clear that not only the social aspects, not only the economic aspects of the product are being considered, but the social aspects are also being considered for regulation and protective action by the relevant authority. And continuing on that theme, I would point out that the Commission is also the designated competent authority in respect of casino gaming under the Proceeds of Crime Act, under the Terrorism Prevention Act, and under the UN Security Council Regulations Implementation Act and the regulations that are made thereunder. So all the concerns about money laundering, about counterterrorism financing, around proliferation financing, all of those are already addressed and anticipated for management and regulation and oversight by the Casino Gaming Commission. So the legislative framework demands that all casino operators must operate according to robust, well-documented, auditable internal controls and minimum standards prescribed by the Commission. And I will say a little more about that ecosystem when we get into the regulations. But I share that on the harm minimization front, we should note a few things at the start of this debate. One is that the Act not only recognizes the protection of vulnerable persons, including children, and so important it is that the objects of the Act recognize this as upfront, and the functions of the Commission embed this responsibility. Secondly, the Act clearly prohibits admission of children into casinos for the purposes of gaming, and that's persons under 18 is how it's defined, not as children. And this is crystal clear, and the offenses and the penalties, therefore, are clearly set out in the Act. Furthermore, the Commission's responsible gaming framework, which is already completed and approved, and it's available online for those who may not have had a read-through yet. And this will work together and be operationalized further through the license conditions and the regulations, which allow for their monitoring and implementation, monitoring and enforcement. So the framework itself is premised on the concept of harm minimization, as I've just indicated, Mr. President, and includes the advertising guidelines. The first pillar is individual, and this emphasizes player awareness and self-control, yes, because recognizing, and I know the issue of health, and I'm sure Senator Thompson will speak a bit more of this, and I'm sure members on the other sides, the mental health aspects of addiction, etc., that is dealt with in a context, but requires a level of acknowledgement of the problem by the individual in order to be helped, and that's internationally recognized. So that's part of the effectiveness, is recognizing the role of the individual, but it doesn't stop there. It does include responsibilities of the operator themselves in terms of having procedures in place that will not only be responsible for ensuring staff is trained to identify problem patrons or patrons who may have a problem, but there are other operational requirements which will throw up risky patrons and ensure that processes are in place. Procedures which are auditable and enforceable are in place in order to do this. The guidelines also reference third parties, such as family members, ensuring that they are aware of, they have the information that's required regarding where to get help in the event that they identify that either personally or their family member has a problem with gambling. Mr. President, the framework speaks to the operator's obligation in this regard to not only understand or receive information, but to help in the event that they believe that there is a need for help in a circumstance of harm, actual harm, or anticipated harm. Mr. President, there are organizational pillar as well, which works, they're all holistic, they work together, ensures that mechanisms are built into the operator's internal controls to promote skills in safeguarding patron welfare. So this is what I was referencing when I was saying staff will be trained in order to identify problem gamblers, essentially. And that's a part of the ecosystem of enforcement and something which will be auditable as well, and something for which consequences will flow. And then community pillar, which creates an ecosystem to allow the Commission, the casino operator, and other stakeholders in the local and international gaming industry to increase knowledge and skills and enhance effectiveness of detection, prevention, and treatment activities and programs. And I can just say up front that there is already an MOU between the Casino Gaming Commission, Rise Life, and they are a civil society organization, an NGO located here in Jamaica that already has responsibility for the issue of addiction in its many forms, including gambling. So they already work with the BGLC in terms of managing what exists now, but they are ramping up their understanding, and the Casino Gaming Commission is engaged with them and also has engaged with the Responsible Gambling Council of Ontario, who is providing support to Rise Life and the Commission to ensure that there's an ecosystem to provide for the operationalization of support, because we all know, those who are aware of Rise Life know that it's a small institution and would require significant support to enable it to now be able to support in this new framework. So that is underway, and is something that is being thought of not only from a practical perspective, but one that is looking at not only international best practice, but international partnership to ensure effective and appropriate implementation. So, Mr. President, all of that being said, it's clear that casino gaming is a significant undertaking, and it requires this much of a specific, dedicated regulatory framework So along with the Act and existing regulations, because remember, this is not the first, nor shall it be the last, there are several regulations that have been implemented over the years. This will, Mr. President, complete, but these today will complete the framework that will allow for licensing to actually start. Mr. President, as I stated, the first license application was made last year, and the regulations have been carefully calibrated and developed to achieve maximum effectiveness of the Commission in the finalization and granting of a license, whether to this current applicant or any other. The regulations were formulated based on best practice discerned from collaboration with international partners, such as the International Association of Gaming Regulators, Gaming Laboratories International, the UK Gambling Commission, and the Alcohol and Gambling Commission of Ontario. The Commission also reviewed legislation and practices from Nevada, New Jersey, Singapore, Canada, and Bermuda, and they are constantly renewing their education and understanding, Mr. President, having, I understand, even recently participating in a responsible gaming conference, again, making sure that what is being done by the Commission is not only was not only once best practice, but is current best practice, and takes learning from more mature jurisdictions that have more experience in the space. And what we understand is from over the several days of the conference, there has been great assurance that Jamaica is on the right track to ensure effective and responsible implementation. So, Mr. President, the general regulations are crafted in a manner to allow the Commission to leverage existing relationships and best practices while also maintaining flexibility that's needed. Remember, these are also commercial entities and also in a developing space where technology may change things. So we seek to have a balance between the existing best practice and flexibility to adapt to changes in the international casino gaming regulatory framework. So accordingly, the general regulations state broad principles and adopt an outcomes-based approach, meaning in several circumstances they state the goal or the intended outcome rather than the specific prescription. And this will, together with supplementation by licensing and the internal controls they're required to implement, form the full institutional framework. And this will also allow for responsive regulation, as clearly legislation is not the most responsive tool in a developing sector. So flowing from these general regulations, Mr. President, the Commission has also created the following additional framework documents with which operators must comply as conditions of their gaming license, casino gaming license. 1, their minimum internal control standards. 2, their minimum surveillance and security standards. The responsibility gaming framework, including advertising guidelines, which I mentioned already, as well as the AML, CFT, and TPF guidelines. Mr. President, it's important to note that the guidelines restrict local advertising and advertising using social media. So they actually will not be able to use billboards and use Jamaican traditional media to advertise casino gambling. That is already provided for and will be a condition, therefore, of the license. It bears re-emphasizing that it doesn't ban social media, but it restricts how that is implemented, but it bans full front-facing traditional advertising for casino gambling. It also, in this context, therefore, bears re-emphasizing, Mr. President, that while local residents are not excluded from participation in casino gaming, it is being introduced in Jamaica as part of a tourism-geared product through and within the scope of the IRD framework. So the government is not excluding Jamaicans, but the government is not creating a framework which targets or relies on Jamaicans for their success. So the casinos will not be standalone offerings, and you will not be able to just walk off a street and enter a casino and start to gamble. That is not the framework. It's a part of a resort, right? So you will either have to be a guest at the resort or having entered the resort on some day pass or whatever framework that hotels have. But it will be managed very tightly. Mr. President, these regulations also establish the foundational rules that govern administrative processes of the Commission, obligations of licensees, record-keeping and reporting requirements, regulatory fees and procedures, powers of inspection, investigation and enforcement, and general standards necessary for the orderly and transparent operation of the industry. So I'll now just go into the regulatory provisions themselves, Mr. President. So Regulation 1 states a short title and name. Regulation 2 sets out some critical definitions that are relevant to the operational conduct of casinos. 3, 4, and 5 makes for the organizational structure of the casinos. And this is important because unlike other forms of gaming, these are actually quite high risk and high value sectors. So organizational structure is important. Regulations 6 and 7 provide for staffing and reassignment of staffing functions within the casino. Mr. President, to maintain proper conduct and supervision and control, casinos are required to maintain staffing in keeping with internal control standards approved by the Commission and as per the directions of the Commission. Regulations 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 address the internal control standards. Mr. President, they also address accounting procedures. And these provisions, in summary, require the implementation and compliance with internal control standards approved by the Commission. And maybe it just bears emphasizing that the reporting requirements and other minimum standards and guidelines, including the responsible gaming framework and advertising guidelines, are expected to be monitored and audited by the CGC under these regulations. That is, the 8, 9, and 10, 11. They reference the internal the internal controls and the minimum internal control standards, which must be implemented. And there are not only offenses created if there's a failure to so do, but these are also relevant to your license and your ability to renew your license. There are consequences for non-compliance. So although I refer to a responsible gaming framework, it will have consequences and will be directly enforceable through the regulations which I have just numbered. Mr. President, regulations 13, 14, and 15 address the need for establishment of a compliance committee. And again, this is part of the ecosystem of enforcement. So they outline the composition of the compliance committee and its functions, which will, among other things, include preparation of a compliance plan to govern the operations and the monitoring of these operations in accordance with the plan, as well as the provision of guidance and directions to ensure compliance with internal control standards. Mr. President, Regulation 6 addresses the power of inspectors and authorized persons to determine compliance with the minimum and approved internal control standards of the casino. And 17 to 27 makes provisions of the records and accounts that are to be kept by the casino operator, who is to maintain all financial records and reports in accordance with IFRS standards. Mr. President, 28 to 32 address the provision of credit to patrons, the credit policy, credit agreement, and records of credit facility. And these provisions are in keeping with international standards in circumstances where casino extends credits to its patrons. And when you look, they're quite extensive, and the requirements. When you see how many guidelines are in place, you get a sense of how strictly regulated the sector is and will be. Mr. President, the regulations 33 to 44 address certain important requirements on casino surveillance and security, which are important features to ensure fraud prevention, safety, and regulatory compliance. Regulations 45 to 52 address patron disputes and complaints, where the Commission can elect to intervene in a patron dispute or handle a complaint after carrying out certain investigations. Mr. President, Regulation 53 to 59 addresses gaming equipment, the standards they need to meet, which are standards issued by the Gaming Laboratories International LLC, which provides the gaming industry with testing services and the application for approval of gaming equipment, among others. I noted that in another place there was an issue raised around this, but it didn't seem to be quite clear. Jamaica doesn't have a history in game tech assessment, and therefore, we're not creating a unique product here. So one would anticipate you would take the best, use the best, and ensure that the best processes, standards, and technologies in place to assess the effectiveness of the equipment that is provided for use in Jamaica. So we're quite confident in the framework that has been established here. Regulation 60 to 65 addresses the gaming machines themselves, applications, modifications, and related issues. 66 to 71 delve into the conduct of gaming. They address issues such as the prohibition of allowing intoxicated persons to gamble, issuance and redemption of chips, the use and payment and permissible use of chips, among other things. Mr. President, 72 to 84 address table games, dealing and shuffling, the making of wagers, the closing of game tables and game machines, the duties of persons in specified offenses, among other things. And regulations 85 to 88 address progressive casino games, such as progressive jackpots. Many of these things are very new terms to me, Mr. President. I don't know if they're new to you, but there's quite a bit of learning to be had in going through these regulations. But the reality is that the Casino Gaming Commission has really been very forward-leaning in ensuring that they have learned from the best, they have examined the best, and they have taken the most useful and clear standards to apply to ensure that what we do here is in fact best in class. Mr. President, 89 to 90 addresses commission facilities, and the casino operator in Jamaica is required to provide and maintain appropriate office facilities and equipment for commission officers, employees and agents in order to do the monitoring, etc. And this is in keeping with best practice elsewhere. 91 provides for general offenses and penalties. The first schedule contains a detailed table game equipment technical standards and requirements, which are extensive. Mr. President, the second schedule contains relevant offenses and penalties, and the third contains gaming machine tokens, technical standards and requirements. Again, best in class, best practice has been drawn on. So, Mr. President, as indicated at the start of my presentation, the government continues to diversify and enhance Jamaica's tourism product while responsibly strengthening its appeal to potential investors. And while with these regulations in place, the framework needed to operationalize casino gaming in Jamaica will be fully in place and ensure that the first casino, which I think is a matter of public record, that is expected to be with the Princess Resort Group's IRD. I don't think that's the name under which they have incorporated, but we are more familiar with Princess, and that it opens under clear, modern, and enforceable regulatory conditions once they have completed their process. Mr. President, the regulations will safeguard both the well-being of patrons, of guests, and the integrity of operations. They will, I again emphasize, they will protect Jamaica's reputation, and they will meet international standards for financial crime prevention and for responsible gaming. And it is in this context, Mr. President, that I commend the Casino Gaming General Regulations Resolution 2025 to both sides of this House for affirmation. And I thank you.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith, and we understand you have to leave, at least for a period of time. Senator Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to situate my contribution to this debate within a broader and deeply consequential policy architecture now emerging in Jamaica under this administration, one that includes the beach access and management policy and the proposed National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA. So this is not merely a debate about gambling, Mr. President. It is about who owns Jamaica's development pathways, who benefits from it, and who is being systematically excluded from it. Mr. President, the regulations established the operational framework for casino gaming in Jamaica. Licensing, compliance, surveillance, reporting, enforcement, and all the other things you would have heard from the leader of government business earlier. They give life to the Casino Gaming Act and formally enable casino operations within the integrated resort development framework. These are large-scale tourism complexes combining hotels, entertainment, and gaming. The government has been clear. Casinos will not be standalone. They will be embedded within exclusive, high-end tourism enclaves. They are intended to diversify the product. But, Mr. President, this is precisely where the concerns begin. Because when we examine the model of development being advanced, a troubling pattern emerges. The IRD model is presented as modern, diversified, and globally competitive. But in practice, Mr. President, it represents something else. It represents the consolidation of economic activity within privately controlled coastal enclaves. Within these spaces, beaches, entertainment, culture, commerce, and now casino gaming are built into a closed-loop tourism ecosystem. The Prime Minister himself described it. If you do not gamble, you go to the beach. If not the beach, you go on tours within the same resort ecosystem. Mr. President, let us be clear. This is not diversification. This is internalization. And when economic activity is internalized within private resorts, it simultaneously externalized away from the people. Mr. President, let us look at the beach access and management policy. On paper, the policy promises expanded public access, protection of prescriptive rights, and the sustainable management of coastal assets, among other things. But in reality, we face a stark contradiction. Jamaica already has limited publicly accessible coastlines. Advocacy groups have argued that access remains structurally constrained, and private coastal developments continue to expand. So I ask, Mr. President, how do we reconcile a policy that promises access with a development model that consolidates beaches within private resorts? Because the IRD model does not exist in isolation. It depends fundamentally on prime coastal real estate. And history has shown, Mr. President, that where large-scale tourism enclaves expand, public access contracts. Now, Mr. President, we are introduced to a third layer, NARA. The government tells us that NARA will accelerate reconstruction, coordinate large-scale investment, mobilize billions of US dollars in financing, fast-track both public and private projects. And crucially, Mr. President, NARA will include fast-track strategic projects, many of which will be led by the private sector and will be focused on development in our coastal zones. So when we connect the dots, casino regulations enable IRD models. Beach policy ambiguously protects access. NARA accelerates large-scale private coastal projects. What we are witnessing is the emergence of a coordinated development regime, a regime that risks fast-tracking exclusion rather than securing inclusion. Mr. President, this is not about beaches, it's about economic participation. The IRD model has a capital, large-scale investment approach. Ownership is external or elite. Entry barriers are high. Linkages to local communities are weak and controlled. The small man, the fisherman, the vendor, the youth entrepreneur, they do not enter the economy as owners. They enter as best as low-wage workers, peripheral service providers, or worse, a spectator to wealth extraction happening on their own shorelines. The opposition in the other place has already raised concerns about gambling addiction, household indebtedness, credit-based game risk. But, Mr. President, I submit that the deeper risk is structural, an economy that grows without broadening. We are not just introducing casinos, we are embedding them within a model that concentrates wealth, limit access, and narrow participation. Mr. President, I ask the following questions. What binding legal guarantees ensure that beaches within or adjacent to IRDs remain freely and practically accessible to the public? What percentage of IRD economic activities is reserved for local MSMEs and community enterprises? Will NARA include mandatory social equity and access criteria before designating projects as strategic? Has the government conducted a cumulative impact assessment of casino developments, coastal access, and spatial inequality? What mechanisms ensure Jamaican ownership stakes in these developments? Mr. President, I've attended a number of activities discussing matters like these and related. And there's a cry that always comes, primarily from the government, that the opposition is anti-investment. Let me make it unequivocally clear that the opposition is not anti-investment. We are not anti-tourism, and we are not anti-development. We are firmly against development that excludes. We propose a different approach. Open access to coastal economies, community-integrated tourism zones, social enterprise participation in tourism value chains, mandatory local procurement and ownership, public beach guarantees embedded in law, not policy promises. Mr. President, the issue before us is not whether casinos are regulated. The issue is whether Jamaica's development model is becoming a series of granted economic enclaves along our coastline, where the beaches are near us but not for us. Wealth is generated here but retained elsewhere, and opportunities are visible but not accessible. If we do not correct this trajectory now, we will wake up in Jamaica where the ordinary citizen has limited rights to the coast and no practical ability to benefit from it. Mr. President, this is not just about casinos. This is about who Jamaica is being built for. And on that question, Mr. President, the opposition firmly stands with the people. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
I really admire that presentation in its length. And I recommend and I recommend all other colleagues that they follow suit. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Bernard. Thank you, Senator Bernard. Senator Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, all. Mr. President, I would like to affirm by resolution the Casino Gaming Regulations 2025 to give effect to the provisions of the Casino Gaming Act. This represents a critical piece of legislation that has been in gestation for over 16 years. And I'm pleased that we're now able to shepherd its passage through to completion, and it will be integral to the government's efforts to diversify its tourism product and ensure that even greater benefits will be done to the country through our integrated resort development model. You know, just to note, and I heard Alan earlier speaking about, Senator, about the model of the integrated resort development model. Many countries have embarked on this model to remain competitive, to remain relevant, and the arguments around exclusion are weak because the integrated resort developments provide so much benefits and linkages to the wider economy. Small, medium, large enterprises. So, major shifts have occurred and are reshaping the Caribbean's gaming and tourism landscapes, and within the context of the integrated resort development. This model moves away from standalone casinos, instead embedded gaming floors into multi-use complexes that feature luxury hotels, water parks, convention centers, and residential complexes. Jamaica has successfully adopted the integrated resort development model to augment its tourism offerings. Integrated resort development best practices focus on creating mixed-use destinations combining gaming, luxury accommodations, meeting incentives, convention, exhibitions, and entertainment to act as tourism catalysts. Leading models like Singapore and Macau emphasize strongly regulatory frameworks, non-gaming amenities, and economic diversification. Closer to home in the Caribbean, we have seen the Dominican Republic, the Bahamas, and Puerto Rico establish integrated resort developments, which have enjoyed major investments along with ongoing major investments, including, as at now, in the Dominican Republic, the Lopesan Hotel Group in Punta Cana, a Euro $320 million investment. In Puerto Rico, currently underway, a US $850 million Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, San Juan, which will be the island's first fully integrated resort development, including a casino. In the Bahamas, currently there's a US $827 million redevelopment, the Grand Lucayan, which is being transformed into an integrated resort village with a 25,000 square foot casino. So we can't remain in the dark ages. We have to upgrade our products. We have to upgrade our economic model. We cannot afford to fall by the wayside. We have to remain current as a country. We have to ensure that our economy is diversified, our tourism product is diversified, and that we can attract major local and foreign investments into our country. Mr. President, in Jamaica, the Integrated Resort Development Framework, which allows for casino gaming in specifically designated luxury resorts, was established under the Casino Gaming Act, which was passed in Parliament and brought into force in 2010, and was later relaxed in 2021 to relax requirements to stimulate investments, and in the same year, October 6, 2021, the Integrated Resort Development application process was officially opened by the Minister of Finance at the time, Dr. Nigel Clark.
This opened the door, and just to say, there was a committee formed, and it was actually chaired by Dr. Dana Dixon, our own Dr. Dana Dixon, to review applications for the integrated resort development. And we're happy for the service that she has provided there. This opened the door, as minimum rooms required was reduced from 2,000 rooms to 1,000 rooms, and with a minimum capital investment of US $500 million. Jamaica saw its first integrated resort development, the Princess Hotel, located in Green Island, Hanover, being approved in March 2024. This development, which includes a total of 1,005 rooms, is slated to host the first casino under the Casino Gaming Act. Mr. President, this is a significant milestone for Jamaica as the first to materialize under the Casino Gaming Act. To note, the original Casino Gaming Act was passed by the Bruce Golding-led administration, and the amended Casino Act was passed under the Dr. Andrew Holness administration. And more importantly, the first approved integrated resort development resort, the Princess Grand, was approved under this administration. We are also able to attract even larger developments in any industry in excess of US $1 billion, thanks to the passage of the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneers Industries Act, which was passed last year, July 2025, by this government. This incentivizes large-scale developments, and with that, ground was broken last summer for the long-awaited Harmony Cove Resort, and we know the origins. We know Mr. Kingsley Thomas's work in that regard. Very early in the day, which includes luxury hotels, villas, a casino, a championship golf course, a marina, a water park, and a town center. This has been a major tourism development that has been in the works for over 20 years. This is a major, high-impact, integrated development, which will now, finally, under this administration, see the light of day within a 2 to 3 year time frame. Some talk, some people get it done. Mr. President, we're accelerating the development by implementing the proper regulatory framework. This will not dilute our existing product offerings, but rather complement them. Jamaica's economic development in this regard will benefit from diversification in employment, which will now require further investment in upskilling across different skill sets. Our tourism revenue streams will also be diversified, eventually through extensive high-end retail, fine dining, family-friendly, cultural entertainment, luxury hotel accommodation, and convention spaces to attract different niche category of travelers. Mr. President, the Prime Minister also alluded to the possibilities in the debate on the bill in the lower house, where eventually Jamaica can further diversify its tourism product by incorporating offers such as theatre, performing arts, where we can have a performing arts institution in the West, and build out further attractions, including an ocean area. Mr. President, across the countries that I have mentioned for integrated resort, who have embarked on integrated resort development models, it has had significant development with urban hubs and effective transportation linkages, which ensured sustainable infrastructure development to complement the resort so that communities and towns are upgraded to boost local economies. The impact on the Jamaican economy is tremendous, as linkages will be increased, and small and medium and large business enterprises will be able to benefit immensely from this integrated resort development model. Mr. President, today we are ensuring that these regulations are passed, not only for the economic benefits, but to ensure that the public interest is protected and the necessary safeguards are enforced. Casinos under this legislation will be strictly operated within the confines of the resorts. Participants, both local and foreign, must be registered with casino operators and will be subject to several restrictions, including limitations on the use of credit in order to mitigate financial and other risks. Persons will not just be able to walk in from outside the resorts and gamble unless they are registered participants who have an account with the casino, and in order to be registered, these participants must satisfy several robust requirements under the regulations. The legal gambling age of 18 will, of course, be observed. The social risks that come with casino gambling will be minimized as a result of the stringent and best practice regulations that we have developed for passage today, and which will have strict oversight from the Casino Gaming Commission. Mr. President, I am reaffirming my affirmation of these regulations as a positive development for Jamaica. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Duncan. Note as well the time that you took. We certainly appreciate the fact that we are sticking to the time limits. Senate. Yes, give him the. You don't want the lectern? Okay, you can go ahead, please. Senator Tomlinson, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was going to say from the outset that I will not deliver my presentation in that time frame that is inconsistent with what I've seen this morning. I will be brief. Right. I think no one can disagree with a thrust to extract economic benefits from a more structured casino industry. And to the extent that this regulation is seeking to do that, is good. But there is a departure with what has been expressed on that side, Mr. President. We depart on the point where it is expressed that this will lead to wide-scale development and contribution to broad economic development beyond the integrated resorts. Because I have been struggling to identify where the sufficient linkages are between the integrated resorts, Mr. President, and the community operators. The people in the community who have their respective businesses and enterprises who would love to benefit from the tourism dollars, Mr. President, we have not seen that happening to the extent that we'd want in the past. And the data is there to show. Around 30 to 50% of the tourism dollars that enter the country, Minister, leave the country. And a significant part of the problem is that we have not been able to develop adequate and sustained linkages between our major hotel operators and our community development practitioners, our community enterprises that would help to retain some of the tourism dollars. So when I heard Senator Duncan wishing for something to happen, as if we can go out tomorrow and wish for the sky to be red and the sky will become red, it can't happen like that. There has to be clear, structured policy priorities that are implemented to result in the linkages being adequately, Mr. President, in place, so that more of the revenues from tourism that comes into the country flows to the respective communities within which the resorts are located. I followed, Mr. President, the debate in the lower house on the matter, on the regulation. And I think where the value is added in terms of the debate on the regulation in the Senate is for us to look at the implementation readiness for the regulations. The regulations will invariably impose greater degree of responsibilities on the Casino Gaming Commission. And I know that we have some representatives here. I have not heard in the whole conversation about the regulation and structuring of the industry how the government will be strengthening the capacity of the Commission to actually execute on the new responsibilities that it will be given. So the sort of technical expertise that will be needed, Mr. President, I have not heard in this debate in the lower house or so far here what has been done or what will be done to ensure that the Commission is adequately resourced. And, I will share that, in preparation for this debate, I engaged with some stakeholders who engage with the Commission. And, and they have expressed to me, Mr. President, that there are legitimate concerns about the capacity at the Commission and its ability to take on the new responsibilities that will be imposed on it under these regulations. So, Mr. President, I think the government should afford the Commission the opportunity and the ability to be able to deliver on the responsibilities. We have not heard that. In fact, I sought to inquire about when last we had an annual report from the Commission tabled in the Parliament so we could assess its capacity. I note we had one from a Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission signed by the Minister in December 2025. I don't know when we have had the last one from the Casino Gaming Commission, Mr. President. Those are important considerations that must be critically examined before we even issue further licenses, Mr. President. We also have something to be mindful of, Mr. President, is the problem relating to the gaming addiction. Mr. President, we have not put in place, in my estimation, the sufficient health infrastructure that will be needed to respond to the degree that will be needed should we see an uptick in addiction, Mr. President. So before we go off on significant issuance of licenses, Mr. President, we clearly have to get the health infrastructure in place. And I heard the Minister in our opening presentation alluding to that, and perhaps we'll probably hear something from Senator Thompson in his presentation about what will be put in place with respect to that. But overall, Mr. President, the concerns relating to the extent of the linkages, and I saw you were responding, Minister, is a critical argument that must be considered, and the capacity of the Commission to accommodate these new responsibilities should not be something that is ignored as we carry out the responsibilities to sufficiently enable the Commission to do its duties under these regulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Tomlinson.
So,
Senator Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Unfortunately, today, Mr. President, I won't be my usual. Spirited was what I was going for, Mr. President. As the saying says, physician, heal thyself, as I am a little under the weather. But suffice it to say, I had to be here to make my contribution today to this bill. So, Mr. President, in medicine, one of the first principles we are taught is this: you do not ignore risk. You assess it, you understand it, and you manage it. You do not pretend a condition does not exist simply because it is uncomfortable. You intervene, you regulate, and you put safeguards in place to prevent harm. That, Mr. President, is precisely what these casino gaming regulations 2025 seek to do. Because the truth is, casino gaming is not a new concept within our legislative landscape. Parliament, through the Casino Gaming Act, made a deliberate policy decision to permit and regulate casino gaming within the context of integrated resort development. What is before us today is not the introduction of that policy, but the operationalization and strengthening of it. These regulations give life, structure, and enforceability to the legislative intent. And when one actually examines these regulations in detail, what becomes immediately clear is that it is not a permissive regime. It is highly controlled, compliance-driven. It is a highly controlled, compliance-driven system that places accountability at its core. The regulations construct from the ground up is a regime of institutional discipline. A casino cannot simply open its doors and operate at will. It must first establish internal control standards that are not only comprehensive, but must be approved by the Commission before a single gaming activity can commence. These standards are not cosmetic. They are required to govern everything from financial transactions and surveillance systems to anti-money laundering mechanisms and the detection of illegal activity. And importantly, Mr. President, failure to comply is not a procedural lapse. It is an offense. What is particularly striking is the extent to which oversight is embedded in the operational DNA of the casino itself. The regulations require independent compliance structures, including a compliance committee with external representation tasked not merely with observation, but with active monitoring, investigation, and reporting of non-compliance. This is a system designed not merely to regulate conduct, but to continuously interrogate it. But, Mr. President, I want to turn to what I know is at the heart of the public concern, and that is the social risk. There is a genuine fear that casino gaming will lead to addiction, financial distress, and social dislocation. That fear must be respected, but it must also be examined against what the law actually does. I recognize as well that gambling is not foreign to our society. It is in many ways already embedded in our culture and a lived experience. One of my closest friends built his livelihood around poker boxes, and to this day continues to earn from that engagement. I have seen firsthand how this activity, Mr. President, can operate as a legitimate source of income and enterprise for some, while at the same time appreciating that for others it can present very real risk if left unchecked. These regulations do not ignore these risks. They anticipate them and legislate directly to address them. They expressly require systems to safeguard player health and to prevent or manage problem gaming behaviors. So here it is, prevention is better than cure. They prohibit participation by intoxicated persons. They mandate procedures for dealing with minors. They require detailed tracking of patron activity, dispute resolution mechanisms, and reporting structures that ensure patterns of harm do not go unnoticed. And when one reads these provisions alongside the responsible gaming framework, which may be found on the Casino Gaming Commission website, the policy intent becomes even clearer. The framework is not a peripheral document. It is an anchor of the regime. It recognizes quite candidly that while many individuals can engage in gaming responsibly, others are vulnerable due to psychological, social, or economic factors and may struggle to make informed decisions. That recognition is critical because it shifts the approach from passive regulation to active harm minimization. The framework establishes a three-tiered model of protection that addresses the individual, the organization, and the wider community. It requires that patrons are not only allowed to participate, Mr. President, but are equipped with the information necessary to understand the risks. It requires that operators build internal systems capable of identifying and responding to problematic behavior. And it requires collaboration across institutions to ensure that prevention, detection, and treatment are not theoretical concepts, but operational realities. What this means in practical terms is that the law goes beyond prohibition and into behavioral regulation. Casinos must provide mechanisms for self-exclusion. They must implement limits on spending and time with enforced cooling-off periods. They must train staff to identify signs of gambling-related harm and intervene appropriately. They must ensure that advertising does not exploit vulnerability, mislead the public, or present gambling as a solution to financial hardship. Even environmental factors are regulated. The placement of ATMs, the presentation of information, the visibility of time, all of these are deliberately structured to reduce impulsive and harmful behavior. This is not accidental, Mr. President. It reflects a regulatory philosophy grounded in evidence and behavioral insight. Now, Mr. President, there is another dimension to this debate that we must confront directly, and that is the moral objection. There are those who oppose these regulations not because they doubt the safeguards, but because they object fundamentally to gambling itself. That position is not without merit, but it cannot and should not be the sole basis upon which we legislate. Because, as lawmakers, we are not charged with codifying personal morality. We are charged with governing a diverse society in which individuals hold different values, make different choices, and live different realities. The responsibility of this Parliament, Mr. President, is to therefore ensure that where an activity exists and will continue to exist, it is subject to a framework that protects the public, mitigates harm, and enforces accountability. To do otherwise is to abdicate responsibility. If we refuse to regulate, we do not eliminate the activity. We simply remove the safeguards that protect the vulnerable. We create space for exploitation, for unmonitored behavior, and for the very harms we say we wish to prevent. And that, Mr. President, would be the greater injustice. What these regulations achieve is a balance between economic development and social responsibility, between individual freedom and public protection, between reality and regulation. They recognize that casino gaming forms part of a broader integrated resort model designed to generate employment, stimulate investment, and expand our tourism offering. But they do not pursue these objectives blindly. They embed at every level mechanisms to ensure that economic gain does not come at the expense of social well-being. So, Mr. President, when this debate is reduced to the simple question of whether we are for or against gambling, it misses the point entirely. The real issue is whether we are prepared to govern responsibly, whether we are prepared to acknowledge reality and regulate it, whether we are prepared to protect the vulnerable, not in theory, but through enforceable law. Mr. President, these regulations do not create risk. They confront it, they structure it, they control it. And in doing so, they represent not a moral concession, but a legislative duty. For this reason, Mr. President, I support the affirmation of this regulation. May it please you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Thompson. You want anything? Senator Brown?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Let me try that again. Senator Brown?
No. It was never my intention to speak on this bill today. But having heard the rosy pronouncements coming from that side, I thought I need to speak. I need to pull a little history. Because the issue of gambling has been around for a long time. And I recall the debate around the National Lottery. And those who are for and against. The lottery came, it died at some point, and has been replaced by a private sector lotto scheme. National Lottery was government running. I recall that. And I recall, you probably wasn't here, but you're here. But the key thing is that the country has long ago made up its mind that it's going to allow some form of gambling, renamed gaming, and there are across the country different gaming lounges, as the minister said earlier. So it's not a debate now as to whether we're going to allow gambling or not. We have had the BGLC and we have had the Casino Commission. But when I listen to what we're going to get, Senator Duncan, I don't know why you went for Dam Rep, Singapore, Macau, or wherever else you went for. It could have been easier. Macau, that's fine. But it could have been easier. It don't matter whichever, we know where it is. I have a pronouncing problem, and I don't have a problem with the people understanding that we're talking about that little country. What I'm saying to you, Senator Duncan, you should have gone to, you see what it is? It's a 2008 budget speech by Prime Minister Bruce Golding. So I sent for it in the library a while ago. Because I recall, President, where I was on that day when this speech was made in 2008. I was driving back from between Lucy and GP. I was driving back from a meeting in St. Anne. And I listened to the Prime Minister on radio in the car. And the Prime Minister spoke about casino gaming, which is on page 11 of his speech. Actually, start on page 10.
Sorry, Lambert. Thank you all for coming. Good to see you soon.
Start on page 10 of his speech. And it says, because what I'm going to do today is read parts of that speech into the record. He said, the issue of casino has been a lightning rod of controversy for a long time. We have tiptoed around the issue, not wanting to embroil in the controversy. We have sneaked up on the issue while proclaiming our opposition to it. And he spoke about slot machine, etc. I'm going to go quickly to how he ended on page 13. It is our intention to dedicate the revenues from casino operations to a special fund to finance capital development in health, education, and security. That's 18 years ago. And in that speech, the Prime Minister spoke about the Dennis Leila Committee of 2003. Got the tree right? Yeah. Right? Of 2003. And the fact that his government was going to ask Dennis Leila to set up a new committee to look at the way to deal with it, which is out of which the Casino Commission and so forth, and much of these regulations have come. So it's not, Keith, that this was done under your leader. It's a progression over time. It's a progression over time. It's a progression over time in which the baton have been passed. But also we must bear in mind that it is not as easy. It's not as easy as you all think. It's just not as easy to pronounce 850 million US investment as the imbecile at it again. Yeah, the imbecile at it again. So, President, as we go through the Prime Minister, then Prime Minister's speech, we found not promises, Senator Duncan, but agreements from 2008 still to be implemented. This is what was never over your side. So let's I like when the stone hit them, you know. Yeah. I like when the stone hit them. So this is what Prime Minister Golden said in 2008. In the meanwhile, the government has approved proposals from developers of Palmyra Resort and Spa, Montego Bay for you, Charlie, operating under a company known as Celebration Jamaica Limited, for a major new investment predicated and granting of a casino license. The investment involved consists of 2,800 new hotel rooms. The project will involve a total investment. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried about them, you know.
Thought you wanted my
President,
protection.
I'm just looking away from them because I have no time for waste people. So, Golden said, not 850 million, Senator Duncan, 1.8 billion US dollar. Where is it? 18 years after, where is it? Prime Minister went on, spoke about the fact that there's another company seeking an investment, and they move away, asked Tavistock to agree to allow another company to come in. So this is what the Prime Minister said then. The amended agreement involved much more. Tavistock has agreed to increase the size of the project from 4,500 rooms to 8,500 rooms with additional investment of US 1.2 billion. They will configure in a cluster of 9 hotels with other facilities and amenities. I make the point because the rosy projection It really don't matter to me, you know. The people of Jamaica understand what I'm saying. Apka, just relax yourself. Relax yourself. So what, I come and read Bruce and I hold it up and show you that much of what you're saying today have been said I still have 20 minutes on the clock. I still have 20 minutes on the clock. Don't worry about the audience at home. It's time for you all to behave yourself in the Senate. So, in 2008, you finish? Because I'll wait on you out, you know. I'll wait you out. Because all on display now is your indiscipline and your lack of courtesy. That's what is on display. And the people must know that's what you represent, Apka. I'm not cussing you, I'm just telling you what you represent. Right? So, all of these grand promises of 850, and we're constantly reducing the amount that you need to invest. Because the truth be told, I don't expect the outcome of what is being debated here to be any different from the outcome of the 5 in 4. I could go through this speech, President, and identify some great promises. Airport at Vernon Field, which is recently re-announced, was announced in 2008. Airport in Duck Field, St. Thomas. So, what I'd recommend to you all, finish? I'm very all right. It don't matter what. Your measurement is not my concern in Aqua. I do not take ratings from imbeciles. I take ratings from the people of Jamaica who will understand and who recognize.
Sorry, Senator.
Yeah, Mr. President, I feel compelled to rise. The member on the other side continues to use language that is not for this honorable Senate. And I've said before that we have to conduct ourselves because we have an audience watching. But they're not hearing us, they are hearing what's on your mic. So we have to conduct ourselves in a manner that is befitting of the Parliament, Mr. President. So this continuous thing about imbecile, and I don't know if this is the way the opposition plans to conduct themselves. So, Mr. President, I'm asking for us to just be civil in the Senate.
Senator Brown, continue.
President, let me be clear. I've had 50 odd years. You are going to listen to me for the next 17 minutes. I've had 50 odd years in public life. I know how to deal with people like you. I know how to dismiss you all. And that is why I have no problem, Senator Thompson, in describing the conduct of Senator Fitzhenley as being that of an imbecile. I have no problem. If you get him to control himself, behave himself like a decent senator, you will never hear me use those terms to describe him. So let us be very clear.
If I had the slightest sense that Senator Fitzhenley needed my protection, I would do it. But I'm sure that he can manage it.
I think he can. Perfect. Time is mine. The time is mine, and I'm going to use it. And I'm going to show the courtesy to your side if you want to interrupt me, to listen to you and comment. Point I'm making that you all come here. Yes, the point, because people understand what I'm talking about. I'm not talking from the balcony, you know. I'm talking from the shop floor, where people understand my language and relate to my language. So let me be clear. Let me be very clear. What you come here to sell, well, we can't change the casino regulations, you know. Senate can't change it. None of you on that side can change it. None on our side can change it. That's just the reality of the parliamentary proceeding. We can comment on it, which is what I'm doing. But you can't send it back. You don't have the moral fortitude to send it back. That's your problem. So I am saying to you very clearly, that Bruce Golding's speech of 2008 tells us that it's easy to talk, Senator Duncan, but it's hard to deliver. See more than now, because we're talking about President bringing in a casino, as if to say casino is safe-proof. Even operators of casino run into bankruptcy. There's none other than the biggest and the greatest casino operator who can't even manage a war without killing 160-odd schoolgirls in Tehran. So let us be clear. Casinos can fail. So what we're going into, let's do so with wide open eyes. Let us do so influenced by the history of your own party. Your own party. Let us be influenced by your promise of 5 in 4. Let us be influenced by the fact that this opposition he can't change the regulations. You can't change it either. It will be passed today. But I don't know when the great promises that Senator Duncan has made, and for which you all trying to tell the country, will ever be achieved, if ever. I'm not a bad news carrier. I'm just realistic. What happened to Palmyra? What happened to Tavistock? I was around when Harmony Cove was announced. So, yes, it did. It has no toilet in the center now. That's what you must check for. No sewer system out there. Poor fella. Poor fella. Poor fella. That's all you can say? I wanted to get up and make a speech after me. Because what I'm saying, in closing, Mr. President, in closing, is that my years of public service, honesty of it, the dedication to workers of it, the doing justice and helping this country build will never, ever be matched by you, Apco Fitzgerald. And you take that. Mine is past. Mine is past. Yours will never, ever get to that level. And so, President, I understand when some people's job is just to disrupt. That's what Apco has regulated himself to. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. But what I have done, and what the people remember, is that much of what you are saying today was said 18 years ago by Bruce Golding in this famous first budget speech of his coming to power in 2007. We're still waiting for those promises. And we know that the current promises that you will bring today are but a fleeting illusion to be pursued but never attained. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Bennett Cooper.
May it so please you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today in full and complete support of the Casino Gaming Regulations 2025, which was made pursuant to Section 72 of the Casino Gaming Act. Mr. President, in bringing them forward, the government has sought to strike a careful balance, facilitating investment in a growing global industry while ensuring that the risks inherent in casino gaming are properly anticipated, contained, and managed. Mr. President, the global casino gambling market, according to Mordor Intelligence, a widely used market research and consulting firm, is projected to grow from $355.32 billion in 2026 to $624.04 billion by 2031. These are serious numbers, Mr. President. Analysts attribute this growth primarily to rising tourism flows and the continued expansion of integrated resort developments, or IRDs. Mordor, Mr. President, pointed out that IRDs accounted for 47.39% of the casino gambling market share in 2025. IRDs bring together a range of tourism amenities, including hotels, villas, sporting and entertainment facilities, shopping centers, and casino gambling within a single cohesive development. Mr. President, the first casino anticipated within the Princess Resort Integrated Resort Development presents a significant economic opportunity for Jamaica. Developments of this scale have the potential to generate employment, attract increased visitor spending, stimulate investment, and strengthen linkages across tourism, construction, entertainment, and local supply chains. The Casino Gaming Commission, in putting together these regulations, which have been approved by the Honourable Minister, is guided by the need to facilitate investment while ensuring that the risks associated with casino gaming are effectively managed and mitigated. Casino gaming, Mr. President, if not properly managed, can expose individuals to problem gambling, financial distress, and associated social challenges. And that is why this moment, today, this debate is not simply about economic expansion. It is about responsible growth. And this Honourable Senate will recall that in passing the Casino Gaming Act in 2010, some of the objects and reasons, and very specifically and very importantly, in addition to establishing the regulatory scheme for the conduct of casino gaming in Jamaica and encouraging the establishment of the IRDs, it very importantly protects children and other vulnerable persons from exploitation due to casino gaming. It has been said before this morning, and it bears repeating. Mr. President, the Prime Minister, the Most Honourable Dr. Andrew Holness, speaking in the other place recently, has underscored that Jamaica's approach to casino gaming is deliberately cautious. It is not intended to transform the island into a gaming hotspot. And this is why the government is not pursuing standalone casinos, where persons can simply walk in from the street to gamble. The model being advanced is that of the integrated resorts, where gaming is only one element of a broader, carefully curated tourism experience. And it does bear repeating that within these developments, visitors will have access to beaches, to tours, to theater, and to other attractions. Mr. President, these regulations are not silent on protection. They are explicit, they are detailed, and they are enforceable. So let us look closely at them. Look, Part 3 of the regulation requires that every casino operator implement internal control systems that include security arrangements, including surveillance and emergency procedures. Also including systems to detect and prevent bribery and corruption. Include systems, or rather include measures for safeguarding player health and the prevention of management of problem gambling. And it includes procedures, not just a law that just sits in a framework by itself. It goes further to set out procedures for dealing with minors. Mr. President, the regulations also impose strict controls on credit and financial exposure. Financial vulnerability is one of the clearest pathways to harm in gaming environments. Regulation 28 squarely confronts the risks associated with credit-fueled gambling by placing firm boundaries on how and to whom credit may be extended within casinos. It makes it clear that gaming must be anchored in cash or chips. And additionally, the regulations prohibit casino operators and their employees from providing money or gaming chips in any transaction that involves the use of a credit card. Mr. President, these provisions are strong safeguards because they seek to ensure that gambling activity is not financed through revolving consumer debt, which can quickly spiral into financial distress for vulnerable patrons. By prohibiting the use of credit cards and limiting credit-based play to tightly regulated arrangements, the framework promotes responsible gambling and reduces the risk of impulsive, debt-driven behavior. And crucially, Mr. President, the regulations go further by expressly prohibiting the extension of credit to minors and to any individual the Commission has deemed unsuitable to receive it. And in doing so, it reinforces a strong protective barrier around vulnerable groups, ensuring that those that are most at risk are not drawn deeper into harm through access to borrowed funds. Mr. President, advertising and marketing regulations are also central. International best practices discourage targeting minors or vulnerable groups. It also discourages misleading, guaranteed win messaging, and it discourages aggressive bonus promotions which would encourage excessive play. The World Health Organization, Mr. President, has noted that reducing exposure to gambling promotion is a key, or rather key population-level harm reduction strategy. And these regulations, Mr. President, require casino operators to establish strict internal controls governing all forms of advertising, ensuring that every message across digital, print, broadcast, and in-person channels is lawful, responsible, and not misleading. In doing so, the regulations aim to prevent harmful or predatory promotion, particularly protecting vulnerable individuals from being enticed into risky gambling behavior. In essence, Mr. President, this safeguard recognizes that harm does not start at the gaming table. It often starts with the message that draws a person in. By regulating advertising at a systemic level, the regulations ensure that promotion is responsible and it is balanced and aligned with public interest rather than purely driven by profit. Mr. President, informed by global best practices and exercised with due care, the Commission has made every effort reflected in the robust and comprehensive nature of these regulations to ensure fairness and integrity in casino operations. For example, as set out in Regulation 16, where an inspector or an authorized person has reasonable grounds to believe that a casino's internal control standards are not being properly implemented in line with approved requirements, that inspector is empowered to intervene immediately. And in such circumstances, they may suspend a game or even halt part of the casino's operations if there is concern that the integrity of play has been compromised, and that suspension remains in place until corrective action has been taken to restore full compliance. And that's important, Mr. President. I'm mindful, Mr. President, of the critics who argue that workers in IRDs may find themselves serving in these world-class luxury developments, yet still struggle to secure decent, affordable housing of their own. The issue of housing for tourism workers has long been a source of frustration and discontent among hotel staff. For far too long, many of the men and women who power our industry, tourism industry, have struggled to find affordable, quality housing close to their places of work. Long commutes, informal arrangements, and overcrowded conditions have been the reality for too many. So let us not pretend, though, that this concern is new. It is not. But what is new, Mr. President, is the scale and seriousness of the response. This government has consistently placed the welfare of our workers at the forefront of tourism development. And this government has taken decisive ongoing steps to address this issue. Plans are now underway to deliver nearly 4,000 housing units in and around Montego Bay in St. James. And in Hanover, Princess has already established 600 apartments for staff. Mr. President, we cannot overstate the impact that access to proper accommodation will have on these workers. Consider, Mr. President, the young woman starting her first job at an integrated resort development. It means she no longer has to wake up at 3 in the morning to catch 2 or 3 buses just to arrive on time for her shift. It means she can live within reach of her workplace in a safe, proper, and dignified environment. And Mr. President, what does it mean for the father working long hours in the hotel sector? It means more time at home with his children instead of hours lost on the road each day. Mr. President, it means stability, knowing that his family has a safe and reliable place to live. And Mr. President, what does it mean for the industry as a whole? It means a more settled and a more productive workforce. Workers who are not exhausted before their shift even begins. Workers who can perform at their best because their basic needs are being met by this government, Mr. President. Mr. President, on the other side, it was just said that it's easy to talk but hard to deliver. But here we have it, Mr. President. This government delivers. Mr. President, I support these regulations because they demonstrate that Jamaica is moving forward, but not recklessly. Responsibly is how we do it on this side, Mr. President. We are establishing a framework that makes one principle absolutely clear. Economic progress must never come at the expense of our most vulnerable citizens. Mr. President, These are not just regulations. This is about protecting the vulnerable. It is about safeguarding the integrity of operations.
But he wants to open it up. I don't want to open it up.
It is about protecting Jamaica's reputation. And it is about ensuring compliance with international standards for financial crime prevention and responsible gaming. And it is also about giving practical effect to the objectives set out in the guidelines for the declaration of approved integrated resort developments in Jamaica. These developments, as was so beautifully and explicitly said earlier, these developments are designed to drive economic growth. They will create jobs. They will expand markets for locally produced goods and services. And that is how it spills over, not just in the hotels, but to the people of Jamaica. And, Mr. President, it will stimulate new investment, not just for the deep-pocketed, not just from overseas, but locally. All walks of life, my brother. Mr. President, this is about supporting economic expansion while putting in place the necessary guardrails to protect our people from harm and preserve the integrity of our society. I thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Bennett Cooper. Senator Scott Motley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You're just trying to disarm me, right? You're always doing that. Mr. President, I think there's a very good reason why we have taken so long to really embrace casino gambling. I have been hearing this discussion and listening to it for decades, including hearing the results of numerous reports which have been done. Jamaica is ambivalent about casino gambling. There are no two ways about it. And what we have seen evolve is a kind of creeping gambling system where you start with the slot machine, then you go a little bit further, and you have a casino here and a casino there, which interestingly, as far as I am aware, and the minister can tell me if I'm wrong, has no restrictions on the vulnerable going. I don't know who you call the vulnerable, by the way. I don't know if the elderly is in the vulnerable, because then I would have to consider the fact that my 97-year-old mother is only happy when she goes to the casino. So I don't know what you describe as vulnerable persons. I also don't know how responsible and gaming can be used in the same sentence. That sounds to me like a bit of an oxymoron. The fact of the matter is that unless we are very clear and upfront, confront some of the issues which have delayed this piece of regulations, unless we confront them and we realize the harm and the damage which they do to our society, then all these regulations referenced will be of naught. Because it is easy to pass laws.
Very easy.
It is just very challenging to implement them, and more importantly, to monitor them. You, the government, will be facing this challenge with the extent of the casino gambling. Because when you now put in place the possibility for these large-scale casinos in what we call the integrated resorts, you're also going to encourage others which do not fall under this regime popping up. Now let me say this. So you're giving how many licenses? 3? You have a maximum. You have to have a certain amount of money in order to invest in a casino. There's an element of exclusivity about who can get a casino license. In other words, it is something that captures the extremely wealthy investor. Because as you said, Minister Hill, you have to come with at least $1 billion US.
No, let me reduce it.
At least. Or they have reduced it?
Let me reduce it now.
I'm sorry, I missed that reduction. Senator Benny Cooper, you have articulated the how for the people. I've heard it before. I've heard it many times of how the people will benefit. It does not link back to the demonstrations that I saw for the first time within the hotel industry, when workers walked through the lobby and actually went out and demonstrated for better pay because they were finding that their services were undervalued, and that in fact those who benefited, and benefited extremely well, were not from their rank. That the ordinary person felt exploited and unrewarded, while those who made the money repatriated it elsewhere. So I really wish that we will find the occasion when outside of the spotlight of the cameras, we can really trace what this will do for Jamaica. The how. How does it work? How is it perceived to benefit? How much revenue will remain here in Jamaica? What is the capacity for linkages? How will medium and small-sized businesses benefit? Will they benefit? Are there considerations which have been expressed by these large investors that they have to be able to bring in luxury items without paying taxes? Is it that they have consideration of bringing in a certain level of workers? I want to know the how. And listening to everybody over there, I have still not felt the how it is going to work. Now, this is why I was supposed to speak last, and this is why I asked Senator Small Ferguson to just allow me to speak, because might be the next speaker will give me not a prepared text, but will respond to the concerns which I'm articulating, because they are real concerns. You see, from where I am looking at it, gambling is an addiction. It is an addiction. And you could legislate from here until eternity. You can't legislate. My mother, Senator Hill, my mother, who is a decent, well-brought-up principal of school all her life, a model, a virtuous woman, became a gambler in her later years. No, no, I am not joking. Listen, for you this is talking about something on paper. For me, it is a lived reality because she used to read a lot, without glasses, by the way. I hope I take after her because she doesn't look any close to, she looks like somebody in her 70s. But the one thing now that makes her happy is going to the casino. And everybody says to me, why are you making it bother you? You should be glad she can go to the casino. She's not in a nursing home. She's not in a wheelchair. So the morals which she imposed on me have apparently remained with me, whereas she has decided to abandon it. But so let us say this. There is no question that gambling is a moneymaker.
Except for Trump. Yeah, Trump mashed it up.
A projection of 624 billion US by 2031 is not a small matter. It is an enterprise which is built on capitalizing on people's weaknesses. It is an enterprise which is built on capitalizing on addiction. Now let me make it clear. I understand the need for the government to have a driver of the economy. I don't think this is the right one. But I understand how when a government is confronted with certain challenges, they have to try and find a balance. So I'm understanding why you're doing it. But I'm saying that I have not heard that sufficient thought has been given to the consequences of doing it. Because you cannot write down on paper that you will be protecting the mental health of somebody.
People can't walk off of the road.
You cannot actually have accountability at the level of your regulations. If that were so, we would have a perfect world. Because all we would have to do is write it down. Now, I looked up, Minister, your Rise Life. It was Rise Life.
Rise Life is another place.
And
That deals with the dead.
I suppose that organizations...
Rise Life. Yeah. Rise Life. Rise Life.
Commendable. I know some of the directors. I will have the opportunity to speak with them and to share my own thoughts with them as to how they can strengthen and expand. You're going to need to have many more such kind of initiatives. You're going to have to strengthen your suicide prevention lines, for example. Because when people find that they lose their monies in gambling, it can have a serious effect. I don't know what restrictions you have to put in place. You say people under 18 can go. Is that an appropriate age limit for you to have? In this instance, should you be thinking of a higher age limit? Because you really have to have some level of protection. Have you fully considered your vulnerable population? There are some details that I think maybe you have it, but I don't sense it. I don't sense it. I don't get the feeling after this debate that I can be fairly comfortable with it. So, when you want to come over here and direct how this part of the house gets run? Okay. So, as I said, In your attempt to diversify the tourism project, are you actually concentrating wealth amongst a few? In limiting access, are you giving only certain privileged persons an opportunity? You know, Minister, I can't help but hear you. I remember when we were discussing the access tax, you were talking about your government can't just look at protecting one aspect of a society. You can't single out an aspect of a society for so now you can tell me when you respond exactly how it is that you see this as benefiting the population and how you have weighed the harms to the population against the benefit to the population. I also, now with this new, with these regulations in place, Minister, how do they apply to the other casinos which are already in existence? Do they apply at all, or is it just only confined to these 3 that we are going to have at integrated resorts? Will there be any sort of attempt to protect the vulnerable who go to casinos, or to implement age limits or anything like that? I want to know if it's a general approach which is going to be taken to the industry, or it is only going to be confined to these $3 billion entities. I want to know if it is now part of government's policy to identify the harm of gambling and put in place measures to address it, or it's just restricted to these 3. I guess all my friends who buy cash pot must be listening to me now and wondering where I'm going with this. Because you know, Mr. President, there are people who call you and say, where you dream last night? Me know you're a dreamer. Where you dream last night? Me need to go buy a cash pot. But on a very serious note, I have some concerns. I have some concerns. And, you know, I find that when I listen to some of the debates, that I believe, I've come to believe that the presentations signify an achievement. It's like, we've done this. We did this. And it's almost as though that congratulatory message makes it all different. You know what I mean, Senator Sinclair? In other words, we have done this. We did it. It was us. But that is what is the driver. And I really just want to be assured that there are some considerations which are being given to the damage which can be done to the psyche of the nation. And remind you, Senator Thompson, that the morality of a country is what distinguishes it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Scott Motley. Leader Johnson Smith and Scott Motley, you know, we have been taking a break at 1:30. I'm going to ask that you give me 2 speakers that will take us up to 1:30. I know that Senator Sinclair. No, I'm not going to permit him to go until 3 o'clock. Yes, 1 each. Yeah, to take us to 1:30. And then we will resume. What we have been doing is breaking at 1:15 and resuming at 2:15. Pardon? 1:30 and then resuming at 2:15. Senator Sinclair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President.
1 minute. Senator Sinclair.
Yes. Mr. President, I rise in support of the casino gaming general regulations of 2025. When I listened to Senator Brown, he said that these regulations, we can't change it up here, giving the impression to the listening public that the Senate is like a rubber stamp. The Senate is not a rubber stamp. Because we cannot. And you gave the impression to the listening public that the Senate is just here to rubber stamp. Well, the Senate is not here to rubber stamp, because if we review the regulations, and found it wanting, we could send it back. So we can review and say this does not meet the requirements. But we have found, Mr. President, when we stand on this side, having done the review, that it is comprehensive, complete, and will fit the bill of what it is that we want to protect the Jamaican people. If we didn't find that, we could send it back. But, Mr. President, the Principal Act was passed in 2010. And the concern that I have, because I've heard comments made earlier about the time when the Principal Act was passed, and we are now 16 years later seeking to pass the regulations which gives life to the Principal Act. But that speaks volumes to me, and I've seen it in other areas since I've been in the Senate, where the regulations seem to take quite a long time. And what we need to do as a country is to ensure that we build our parliament, the physical infrastructure, the human capacity of the parliament, so that we can do things much more quickly than we have been doing it over the many years. And when I was looking at the regulations and the time gap, it reminded me of a visit that I was able to take to Australia. And having viewed their parliament, we're at their parliament building, the amount of committee rooms that they would have outside of the general chamber, and the number of persons who work there as support staff within the parliament, over 4,000 persons were in their building every day. And so their legislative process tends to be much more robust than what we have here. And so when I hear this administration speaking about building a new parliament and how Jamaica needs to move quickly in respect to getting the legislative work done, I feel happy at least we have made the first step, because we have now created the design for a new parliament that will enable us to have the infrastructure, and obviously will follow up with the human capacity. And our administration obviously has taken a significant step in that regard. But, Mr. President, in looking at these regulations also, I was able to find in my research a study which was done by the University of the West Indies, and papers which were presented by Professor Ian Boxill, Dr. Jennifer Edwards, Dr. Roy McCree, and others in 2009, and titled Jamaica's Casino Initiative, the Policy Options. And the general consensus that came out of those papers, Mr. President, and presentations, was that the gaming subsector can make an important contribution to the Jamaican economy. When casino gambling is associated with a large inflow of tourists, the net benefits tend to exceed net social and economic costs. That was the general consensus that came out of it. And so, Mr. President, the question that one would ask coming out of that is, what has taken us so long? Especially since we exist in a competitive global village with many players going after the same thing that we are here in Jamaica. Mr. President, in respect to the introduction of casino gaming, I would have thought that the opposition, there would not be any much opposition. But listening to the comments from across the floor, and in fact from Senator Scott Motley, it would appear that there is opposition. That is what I got. Yes. Yes. But you know, Mr. President, listen to them. Again, it brings up in my mind the issue of the hypocrisy. Look at it. In 2003, Mr. President, they formed a committee, the Dennis Taylor Committee, to look at casino gambling. Mr. President, they went further because they entered into an agreement with foreign investors in 2006, thereabout. I think this is where the Harmony Cove project came about. That they would give a license to foreign investors for casino gaming. And yes. But you know what is interesting? Donna? You know what is interesting? What is interesting about it, is that at that time, when you were making the promise and signing agreement, you didn't even have the legislative framework in place. And that is disconcerting. You never had the legislative framework, but you were signing agreement to give persons license for that. Mr. President, what you have seen from this administration starting in 2010 and continuing with the amendments, so we start with the casino gaming legislation in 2010, that was passed. It would appear from historical research that nothing much was done between 2011 to 2015 in that regard. But then, and I'm certain Senator Morgan will comment on it in more detail, but they were also committing to start casino gaming, yes, without the legislative framework fully in place. But this administration has made certain that we did the appropriate amendments in respect to how the integrated resorts development would be, where the casino gaming would be confined, as well as now, Mr. President, to bring a comprehensive regulations, the casino gaming general regulations of 2025. It shows that we're not putting the cart ahead of the horse. We're doing the right things, we're doing it in the right way to ensure that our people are protected. Mr. President, this administration is aware of the concerns of certain sectors of society about the impact of casino gaming. And the study done by the University of the West Indies made mention of it, but still concluded that if introduced in a particular way, the social and economic costs could be controlled. It is why this administration has ensured the proper legal framework is in place, and as the Principal Act suggests in Section 3B, that casino gaming will be connected to integrated resort developments as a part of the mix of various tourism amenities and facilities available to guests of hotels in such developments. And our Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, is on record in saying that it is not the intention of this administration to make Jamaica a casino gambling destination with standalone casinos where you can walk off the street and go in there. The concept being used is consistent with other countries in the Caribbean region and the recommendation that is made in the university study. Mr. President, we must appreciate the value of tourism to Jamaica and what it contributes. And I listened keenly to Senator Bernard in his presentation. And he spoke about the exclusive approach that he's saying that we are taking to beaches, and that communities are not going to be impacted, are not being impacted. I just want to say these various things in relation to that. Mr. President, under the issue of beaches, Mr. President, under this administration, through the TF, we have invested in the improvement in beach after beach after beach after beach. So let us look at them. in Montego Bay, and I'm certain that Senator Bernard sees that clearly. Harmony Beach, the best beach park in Jamaica. We're still improving. We're still extending. When you are coming to your man, just be calm. When your administration locked down Carnival Beach, we build Harmony Beach. Mr. President, I want to say to Senator Bernard, we're going to build Success Beach. Mr. President, you take it out of St. James and you take it into St. Mary. We have built Marking Stone Beach in the parish of St. Mary. So, Mr. President, and we have a whole list of other beaches that are going to be improved. The infrastructure is going to be improved. And where is the funding coming from for these beaches and these beach improvements? It is coming from the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Mr. President, well, you never use it properly. And I'm going to show you how you didn't use it properly, Senator Brown, for the benefit of the people. Mr. President, low-income communities right across the North Coast, from St. James going straight to St. Anne. And we can reel them off, Mr. President. So you look on Providence. You know where Providence is? Every road in Providence Heights, which when your administration was in power, you did not improve one road over there. It's highway after highway after highway up in Providence Heights. Tourism Enhancement Fund. Mr. President, the Grange Pen, Lilliput, improved through the Tourism Enhancement Fund. Who are the beneficiaries of these infrastructural improvements in these communities? The average Joe, the ordinary Jamaican, the man on the Clapham omnibus, Mr. President. Mr. President, the tourism pension plan was seeded out of the TEF for the benefit of tourism workers. Mr. President, if you talk about linkages, you have to go and look on the Agri-Linkages and Exchange Program, which, Mr. President, the record will reveal that in 2024, just started, 2,000 farmers registered on Alex, supplying 4.3 million kilograms of produce to the hotels, worth $452.8 million. Mr. President, the farmers are the average Jamaican on the Clapham omnibus who are benefiting by supplies to that sector. And in 2025, in the first 2 months, the record would reveal $40 million worth of produce was sold by our farmers into the hotels. Mr. President, in the hotel sector, 175,000 direct employment, 354 indirect employment. Mr. President, 50% of Jamaica's total foreign exchange is derived through tourism, and 15% of our GDP. So, Mr. President, the tourist industry is a critical industry to our society. And the build-out, as Senator Bernard, when he's going down this evening, and him touched out by Lilliput, and you look on the improvements, the developments, the infrastructure work that is being done. Hard Rock. Moon Palace is on its way, Mr. President, which is going to be the tallest hotel, the tallest building in Jamaica. And so, Mr. President, sandals, Senator Bernard, you know sandals. Why are you trying to stop sandals expansion? Why? Mr. President, sandals has a massive expansion. But when you look on the persons who are enjoying from the operation, from construction to operation, the amount of persons that are getting employment within the tourism sector. Mr. President, Jamaicans being employed time after time within our hotel sector. I am just surprised. There you go. So, Mr. President, I don't want us to try and create a division. We create the balance, and this administration is creating the balance in respect to what we're doing, diversifying the tourist industry. So we started out with sand, sea, and sun. But everybody had sand, sea, and sun. That's what they had. And that's what we're inviting people here on, sand, sea, and sun. And we have to move beyond that. We have to look at improving ecotourism and the various other types of activities that will bring persons into our society, into our communities. Mr. President, this casino gaming being introduced is just another method of diversifying what we have to offer. And you know, when you look at diversification, that takes us right throughout the year now. Tourism started out as being a winter type of activity. We're going right around year round now, Mr. President. So what we have now? We have festivals, various festivals, some fests included. Festivals. We have, and I'm wondering who on that side, Mr. President, was at Carnival. Bernard was there, sir. But Carnival, I know when it started out, with Byron Lee starting out Carnival, you heard the uproar, big uproar. Now everybody is praising Carnival, says it's $1 billion industry that we have created. And in the same way that we had persons having their issues and their challenges, which the legislation is seeking to ensure that it is controlled, that it is fixed, then guess what? We are going to get it right. We're getting it right, and it will also become a major economic revenue source for the country. So, Mr. President, let us get to what is contained within the regulation. So, Section 3 of the Principal Act sets out objects of the legislation, and the regulations, I'm saying, and I feel confident, provide the enabling support to ensure effectiveness. So if I look on Section C of the Principal Act, which seeks to ensure casino gaming is conducted in a fair and open manner, the regulation in Part 6 has provisions for patron disputes and complaints to be addressed, not only internally, but using internal control standards, but for matters that call into question the integrity of the casino operator or the industry, to gain the intervention of the Commission. So the Commission, you're not leaving it only to the operators to determine whether their operations are fair. The Commission can be brought in to determine disputes that arise. These provisions ensure the outcome of the patron's concerns rest not solely with the bias of the operator, but can be reviewed by the oversight body. Issues of fairness in the operations of the casino will be guaranteed by the provisions of Part 7, which speaks to the technical standards and certification of the equipment used in casinos. And minimum standards are set using objective standards and not just one implemented by the operator. Mr. President, Section 3E of the Principal Act sets out the objective of preventing casino gaming from being a source of crime and disorder or being used to support crime. The regulations that we are passing today, Parts 2 and 3, sets out the organizational structure of casinos and internal control standards and accounting procedures to include monthly reporting of financial and statistical data with the Commission. So, President, the regulations in Part 3 appear quite comprehensive and robust, particularly when one views Regulation 24, which allows the Commission to request special audits by an auditor approved by the Commission and not one appointed by the operator under Regulation 22. So under 22, the operator is obliged to have their financials audited. But the Commission can go to a special audit. So it's not somebody that is going to be appointed by the operator, again with their biases and whatever influences. This is one that the Commission can do on their own accord, Mr. President, and appoint an auditor for a special audit. So this coupled with the fact that the Commission has already entered into an MOU with the FID will go a long way in fulfilling the objective of Section 3E, Mr. President, to avoid the seeping in of criminal activity within the casino operations. Section 3D, Mr. President, sets out the objective of the Principal Act as protecting children and other vulnerable persons from exploitation. And Mr. President, let me start here, because I believe my friend Senator Thompson may have commented on it. Can't legislate everything. Cannot. Mr. President, individuals must be responsible. That is where it starts from. We must be responsible for ourselves. That is undoubtedly the primary or default position. But sometimes administrations have to put in legislation to protect the vulnerable persons. And so, Mr. President, these regulations in part 4 restricts casino credit, which I think is very important. The restriction of casino credit. And how persons have to go about if they wish to have credit, how they are able to get it. It involves doing an assessment of the person to determine what is their ability to pay and their source of funds. Very important. And Mr. President, there's a restriction of credit to minors. And there is also one that I found very important, Mr. President, where the Commission can instruct a casino operator not to facilitate or allow a person, a patron. And so, Senator Donna Scott Matley, when you're a 93-year-old mom, 97, I'm not going to take off any years. Not taking off any years. But you're a 97-year-old mom, as I'm saying, with a screech out of the house and gone to the casino. What you must do, she drove, I hope it's not Senator Scott Matley chauffeuring her to the casino. But guess what, Senator Scott Matley, if you have a family member that you have issues with because they will go and operate with gear abandon in a casino, inform the Commission. And the Commission can take certain steps in restricting that individual, restrict the operator, and the penalties for breaching that. The penalties are significant. So guess what? Senator Scott Matley, not only should we be responsible, but let us also be our brother's keeper. And we can provide information to persons who have gambling issues. And let me say, gambling, because somebody gambles, doesn't mean that it's an addiction. I go to Caymanas Park. I've been there. It is entertaining to watch the horses run. But my wager, Mr. President, when I went, the last time I went to Caymanas Park was $2. $2. Because I'm not a gambling man. I don't take the risk. No, I'm not. I'm not an addicted gambler. I will do a little thing for the purpose of entertainment. Right? So the mere fact that somebody goes to a casino doesn't make them a gambler or one who is addicted. But there are, in the legislation, regulations that can protect the individuals. Mr. President, we look on Part 9 and in particular Regulation 67, which specifically restricts the casino operator from allowing an intoxicated person to participate in any gaming activity. And if they breach that, they subject themselves to severe penalties. So the restrictions and protections and operational procedures, if you go through, read through the pages of this regulation, you will find something there that provides the protection that is needed. Mr. President, as I said, I'm not a gambler, I'm not a risk taker. I suppose Jamaicans are not gamblers and risk takers. That's why we are on this side, and they are on that side. Mr. President, I am, however, one who believes we must explore all avenues for the sustainable growth and development of the country. And in doing so, there may be things that some persons have an appreciation for and others don't. But we live in a diverse society, and we must be able to include all, Mr. President. In this case of casino gaming, as we diversify the offerings, I see the value enunciated in the University of the West Indies study and how the casino initiative can be introduced and implemented with net positives once done, where it is related to tourism and not a standalone, and having in place the appropriate legal framework, and is being done with the Act and these particular regulations. And under this administration, Mr. President, I give full support to the passage of the Casino Gaming General Regulations of 2025. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Just before we make a decision as to how we're going to proceed, I'm going to ask the Senate just to welcome two guests that we have. Senior Counsel and King's Counsel Larry Smith from Barbados. Stand up, please. He works principally in Barbados. I think that's how they call it, but he's also a member of the Jamaican Bar. And it suggests that I might be getting some work outside of Jamaica in the near future. And his colleague and friend who in whose chambers he works, Senior Counsel Christopher Townsend. So I ask you to welcome both of them. It's 1:20. Can I have a decision as to how we proceed? You want to take one more speaker before lunch? No, we'll pass that. We dispense with that. You want to take one more before lunch? Look here, I'm in your hands. You all decide. Oh, there you go. Can we take the break, please? Is the question. Okay, the Senate will now rise until, you said 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock? Yeah? 2 o'clock? The Senate will now rise until 2 o'clock.
Senator Ferguson. All right. All right, Senator Morgan, I recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise this afternoon to make my contribution to the debate ahead of the Senate's affirmation of these casino gaming general regulations of 2025. I do so, Mr. President, against the backdrop of the proximity that I had to this whole exercise in a previous dispensation. I remember vividly when I served as technical advisor to the then finance minister, the considerable work that went into the casino gaming legislation, the Act of 2010, the consultations that we had to engage in. And as I listened to the submissions in the debate, certainly from the members opposite throughout the course of this morning into early afternoon, I'm mindful of a stark divergence, Mr. President. You see, there are some folk who will look at complex issues and throw their hands in the air in despair. And then, those among us who tend to be a bit more studied and intentional and focused will look at the complex problems that present and devise approaches that are fit for purpose, well thought through, well considered, and of course, responsible. Because as this Honorable Senate and indeed the nation at large can appreciate, this issue concerning gambling as a whole, and even more so casino gaming, has long been a contentious one. Or certainly, a couple decades ago, was particularly contentious. And I want to start, Mr. President, by observing that one of the clear features of contemporary Jamaica is a degree of maturing of mind, maturing of attitude and outlook. This past Sunday, Mr. President, we saw throngs of jubilant revelers taking to the streets across Jamaica, some donning feathered gear and so on, as they participated in Jamaica Carnival for 2026. I am not a reveler myself, I'm not a carnival man, nor am I a casino guy. But those of us in the society who hold, like myself, to certain, conservative views and Judeo-Christian underpinnings, we, and certainly Seventh-day Adventist values and teachings, we do appreciate, Mr. President, that we live and exist in a democracy, nevertheless. So this is not like the folk in Tehran, where a theocracy obtains. And so, many of us have come to appreciate that there are things that are not our cup of tea, but they do have a place, and to the extent that there are folk who wish to engage and express themselves with respect to those activities, it is for government to devise protocols and avenues for that to happen and for that to be appropriately managed, Mr. President. And so, for the Christian folk this past Sunday, they would look at the activities as revelers took to the streets for carnival and conclude that that is not their cup of tea, and that is absolutely fine. And similarly, Mr. President, where casino gaming is concerned, there are those among us, certainly like myself, who don't like to lose. Yes? And so I don't even put myself in a position to lose. So much so, Mr. President, that we come to appreciate that gaming, though it is not our cup of tea, in a free and democratic society, there are persons who may elect so to do, and they should have an appropriate regime and framework within which that can take place. So that's the philosophical underpinnings and certainly backdrop against which I come to this conversation, Mr. President. Now, as you would have heard several speakers indicate throughout the course of this debate, the integrated resort development as a concept and a construct has the potential to add and enhance considerably Jamaica's tourism product, which is not an arbitrary construct. It is not a capricious observation. The truth of the matter is that there are other jurisdictions around the world that have distinguished themselves in the marketplace in relation to precisely this kind of operation. And I would have noted the observations contained in Senator Bernard's contribution to the debate earlier this morning. And I would like to just place on the table, Mr. President, that development, for all intents and purposes, has to be seen as a multifaceted undertaking and dynamic. Development manifests in many ways. You will have enterprise and activities that tend to be the province of the moneyed class. And then there are other activities that have considerably lower barriers to entry and indeed are engaged in by a cross-section of people. And that is absolutely fine in a fledgling free market, open economy and society like Jamaica. So the truth of the matter is that even in the context of an integrated resort development, as Senator Sinclair, Mr. President, indicated in his contribution to the debate, you find that stakeholders in a cross-section of sectors, from the taxi driver, the duty operator, to the tour operator, and of course, the entertainers, people who will go to a property to engage in entertainment like dance and cabaret singing, for example. You find that there is scope and avenues for a cross-section of people to participate. And this is not just about meager wages, because as Senator Sinclair so appropriately indicated in his contribution to the debate, much has been done, and I think Senator Bennett Cooper made the point as well, that where housing is concerned for tourism workers and players in the sector, there's a lot of value that has been added in that regard. So, Mr. President, the casino gaming facilities will add an element to Jamaica's tourism product. It will, of course, hold vistas for job creation and more gainful employment of our people. Because as you think about it, any such enterprise will see the requisite staffing being required and being engaged. I speak, for example, of stewards, hostesses, game attendants, and of course, tech support, because a number of the machines in a casino are underpinned by technology, and those may come in for repair and maintenance from time to time. So casino gaming, within the context of an integrated resort development, holds vistas vis-a-vis job creation and gainful employment of our people, Mr. President, and that must in no way be diminished or scoffed at, because as I said earlier, one of the things that we should recognize is that the people who engage at integrated resorts can be persons who are entrepreneurs. Like that cabaret singer. You can have a band, and you have your natural talent or any other offering, and you engage in the sector, and you're able to maneuver. So there is a difference, Mr. President, between wages on the one hand, or of course remuneration that Senator Bernard would have alluded to, and of course profit on the other hand, to the extent that you're engaging in economic profit generating activity. So that's a very, very important consideration, Mr. President. The observations that emanated from the opposition senators really underscore the reality of Jamaica at present. It touches and concerns how you approach nation building, how you view the state, certainly the role of the state, and how you go about solving problems or addressing complex issues. And it is good in Jamaica's case, Mr. President, that entrusted to provide the leadership and the governance at this time is an administration that has the human, thought, and other resources that can provide the leadership that is required in 2026, Mr. President, as we solve Jamaica's problems. One of the things we heard emanating just now, or earlier, is a degree of policy incoherence. It is as though there is a desire to make a point and stand on that 1970s soapbox, if you may, as it relates to indicating how the small man will be locked out invariably out of the casino gaming sector. We heard similar views in the lower house with respect to the submissions. We heard similar views elsewhere in relation to a similar submission. However, the parliamentary opposition, as Senator Fitzhenley opined sort of earlier, has this way of speaking out of two sides of its mouth. Two sides of their mouth in the sense that, on the one hand, they are lamenting the prospects for maneuvering and take-up by the small man in the context of the integrated resort where casino gaming is concerned. And then in another breath, as we heard by way of Senator Scott Motley's exhortations and her submissions when she contributed to the debate, there is a concern for the downsides and the negatives of casino gaming. I make the fundamental point, Mr. President, that in the life and development of a nation, you have to be well considered and problem solving in terms of your orientation in securing the decisions and approaches and establishing the framework that will see positive impact to the life of the people you govern in that society. And that's the key point here. It cannot be that on the one hand, you are lamenting the low prospects as you define it for take-up in relation to integrated resorts. And then on the other hand, you're suggesting that, listen, this thing may become ubiquitous, it may become pervasive, and you may have persons interacting with it, and it has these downsides, these risks, essentially. So that is contradictory and, of course, a self-defeating argument. Mr. President, much has been made of the quote-unquote addictive nature of gaming. Like other activities with known downside risks, persons who are engaged in gaming or may engage in gaming, whether in the context of a casino or elsewhere, whether it is buying cash pot, buying the lottery, or of course playing the poker box at a bar up in Vineyard Town or wherever else, those persons are encouraged to game responsibly. And that is one of the submissions that would have to be made in this debate. As a government, our view is that adult persons who elect to engage in this activity are encouraged to do so responsibly, which is why we have gone to great lengths, in partnership with the Commission, of course, to devise a regime for them so to do. And we are providing all the enabling features and provisions in relation to that particular outcome, because that's the desired outcome, responsible gaming. We can recall from childhood, Mr. President, whenever we went to a space and we would have seen a poker box, it used to always have that label, and they still do to this very day, for amusement only. So it is for entertainment purposes. And the truth of the matter is that it is reiterating essentially that your action of taking money out of pocket and playing a game of chance, just in the way we would do with a raffle or any other activity that involves chance, yes, you are essentially encouraged to do that and undertake that in a responsible way. So you cannot take your mortgage money, essentially, or you should not, and go to the casino with it or game with it, because gaming is essentially for entertainment purposes. And for where the argument about addiction is concerned, addiction can be cited in a number of other undesirable activities. For example, as a country, we have to face it. We have a sugar addiction in Jamaica, and which is why so many persons are essentially enslaved by junk food and fast food in general. We see it whenever we traverse up and down the country, and particular establishments that have lines going through the door in some instances. So where those behaviors are concerned, it is simply for those persons to be encouraged to do the appropriate thing and, of course, make sound decisions. So the Ministry of Health is very big on promoting and encouraging responsible health-seeking behavior and, of course, health-seeking practices, while at the same time, NGOs like RISE, for example, where addiction is concerned, they have developed particular capacity and they have good footprint in the country in terms of their underground engagement. And we commend them as a non-governmental organization for their work, Mr. President, in that regard. Mr. President, one of the things that quite sadly is practiced, and we should mitigate or militate against it being normalized, is the business of having children coming into contact with things that are not suitable or designed for interface with children. And this gaming thing is one of them. So there are persons in and around our communities across Jamaica who may be in the business of sending children to go and buy the drop-on or the cash pot. That should not be happening, Mr. President. There are folk who may be sending kids to buy alcoholic products or cigarettes, in some instances perhaps even weed. And that, Mr. President, I dare say, should not be happening. And so I would want to commend to the Commission and indeed other partners like RISE to raise the profile of this particular exhortation by having your public education and your public messaging designed to essentially promote desired behaviors and, of course, warn against undesirable behaviors, because we certainly would not want to see children involved in gaming or developing a disposition so to do at a point where it is not appropriate for them to do so. Certainly people beyond, below age 18, gaming in any shape or form is not for that, for those persons, not for that segment of the marketplace. Mr. President, it was Senator Morris who brought a motion to this Senate vis-a-vis care for our nation's elders and seniors. And it is a very important motion because even prior to the submissions raised, or the point raised by Senator Scott Motley earlier, vis-a-vis her own elderly mother, I noted that this particular demographic group, our seniors, persons who may, having regard to advancing in years, have diminished mental capacity, or essentially whose judgment may not be as optimal as it was in their adult years, or certainly their more youthful years. We have to focus attention on this segment of the society, Mr. President, where this gaming practice and undertaking is concerned. And I look forward ultimately to an Elderly Care and Protection Act, which may have situated in it provisions that the Senator Scott Motleys of this world may find particularly useful. Because in the casino gaming legislation, we're not necessarily going to be able to apply a bar on persons who feel that, their elderly parent or whomever, grandparent, you name it, should not be engaged in this activity, because we have to, as Senator Brown was saying earlier, be mindful of the rights of those persons. So you can't trespass on their rights. However, I am delighted that in these regulations are the provisions for the proprietors of the establishment. There are certain obligations, set out for them to look out for and take note of errant or wayward patrons who may really and truly be in need of, particular care and may just need to cool off and discontinue gaming. So the considerations and provisions where the Elderly Care and Protection Act is concerned, I would want for consideration by the drafters the whole notion of the care and well-being of elders, certainly where such a practice as gaming is concerned. Because as we know, and as I said earlier, there is the business of impaired judgment, for want of a better expression, or even, quite frankly, diminished mental capacity, Mr. President. There is a particular Jamaica Information Service, JIS publication, that brings into sharp focus, Mr. President, the policy incoherence emanating from the parliamentary opposition. If you note what emanated from them in relation to this whole concept of integrated resort development, it is as though this thing is a negative, and of course the downsides outweigh the upsides. And that sentiment, or certainly that assertion, would diametrically conflict with not just this government's perspective and position, Mr. President, but also that of a previous, certainly the last PNP administration. By way of a JIS publication, it's available electronically, was published on the 22nd of April 2013, at which time, Mr. President, the PNP formed the government. One Floyd Morris sat in the chair you are now occupying, and one Lambert Brown sat on this very vaunted and envied side of the House. Yes? Very well. In the article here, it is captioned, government to begin accepting bids for casinos on June 1. It says here, Mr. President, and I'm quoting from the article as follows. The government will begin, and this is referring, of course, to the then PNP government. The government will begin accepting bids for the construction of integrated resorts as of June 1. The same integrated resorts that were framed by them in this debate as a boogeyman, a bogeyman. Yes? It goes on further to say, Mr. President, Dr. Phillips, and this is the kicker, Dr. Phillips argued that approved integrated resort developments are the means by which the government proposes to substantially grow the hotel sector with accompanying casinos, entertainment, banqueting, and other facilities. Can you imagine that? This very same observation, with which the observations emanating from this side of the Senate throughout the course of this morning would have associated and aligned, basically conflicts with what emanated from them earlier. And yet, they would cause us to believe that they are one PNP. Mr. President, the article here goes on to say, he noted, and this is referring to Dr. Phillips, their immediate past president, Mr. President, he noted that the model which the government is using is based on the one introduced by Singapore, which is inclusive of hotels, restaurants, and shopping and convention space, with casinos, and has led to, and there's a quote here, Mr. President, phenomenal growth in tourism. Now the question is, how come? How come it is that we hold and subscribe to one set of views when we are situated on a particular side of the aisle, and then we hold and subscribe to the diametric opposite view when we are on the other side of the aisle, Mr. President? There is a word for it, Mr. President. It is flip-flopping, absolute flip-flopping, and absolute contradiction. And you wonder what, Mr. President, can go so. Finally, I mean, hypocrisy is the clear description for what I just mentioned, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is good that on this side, neither for amusement nor entertainment is this administration engaged in gambling in our capacity as an administrator of the affairs of the people of Jamaica. Others may have done so, because we recall not so long ago, and the discussion came up recently as well, that in an attempt to rationalize and, of course, sell additional taxes to the people of Jamaica, there are persons who would have indicated that the special consumption tax on fuel that is being levied will be utilized to secure a hedge. That, as history shows, Mr. President, was literally a bad move insofar as the hedge was taken out at a point when, Mr. President, the indicators and the direction of movement in oil prices was very, very clear. They bought the hedge at a high price when all the indications were for oil prices to plummet, as they did, Mr. President, as they did. And for those persons who are seeking to suggest in this dispensation that their hedging solution, the hedging solution of the then PNP government, was a good approach, we would want to remind them that what this government has sought to do.
Of order, but what is the relevance now of the hedge?
Discussing gambling.
Senator Scott Matley, Senator.
I
You said it's not a point of order.
I withdraw it.
And you have spoken already,
No,
Senator Scott.
I withdraw it completely.
Thank you.
He says it's a gamble. I understand now.
So Senator Scott Matley, thank you. All right, continue for me, please.
Mr. President, just to be absolutely clear, the point I'm making is that the then PNP government gambled with the affairs of the people of Jamaica. And we are not in that business, Mr. President. No gambling. And that is why we have used the resources gleaned from Jamaica's taxes to shore up Jamaica's resilience by way of disaster risk financing, Mr. President, with one of the solutions where that is concerned being the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund. So when they, sitting opposite, ask, what are we doing about oil prices and what did we do with the revenues? We secured Jamaica's resilience and position to recover quickly from natural disasters by way of our investments in disaster financing, Mr. President. So with those brief remarks, I wish to support the regulations before us and ensure that they are ultimately affirmed as we are called upon to do this afternoon, Mr. President. May it please you.
All right, thank you, Senator Morgan and Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. And thank you to all the senators who contributed to the debate today. It's clearly been quite robust and full of passion for the topic, regardless of the perspectives taken. Mr. President, if I just try to address a few of the issues that have been raised during the course of the debate, and I want to express appreciation to Senator Morris Dixon for having identified some of the issues that were raised in my absence so that I'm able to have a look at what should properly be addressed. But I do note that they were really quite effectively addressed in the other presentations that were made on this side. So I will just touch on a few for the purpose of not only clarity and emphasis, but to wrap the debate in an appropriate manner. So I just want to first look on the issue of this having the IRDs being put forward as entrenching restrictions in beach access. And I thought you had addressed that very effectively, Mr. President, when you were down here with us. Not only sharing the activities that have been undertaken already, but I also wanted to remind that there is a program to develop at least one public beach with proper facilities using Tourism Enhancement Fund in every parish. And this is certainly going to be helpful in developing and sharing resources at a particular level. I want to also address the fact that there was a broad query around linkages, around sufficient economic benefit, the spread of the benefit, and I recognize that Senators Duncan, Bennett Cooper, Sinclair and Morgan have all addressed the matter of economic benefit. It is clear. Senator Duncan was clear when he said that many Caribbean markets are on this path and Jamaica cannot be a late mover on this because everyone has seen the benefits. The reality is that our agri-linkages exchange program alone, the ALEX program, which has been responsible for billions of dollars of sales, cutting out the middleman and allowing small farmers to receive a benefit directly, is one example, and the intention is to expand this beyond agriculture using the exchange for other small businesses. And what the IRD model will do, or the IRD product, is expand the type of investment and the type of purchase that can be made and that will be made under the ALEX program as expanded. Mr. President, Again, I wanted to also speak about sort of the broader impact. And Senator Bennett Cooper had really dealt well with the matter of housing. But I wanted to also remind that, as it had been addressed in another place, the group that is the first in line, or appears to be first in line thus far on the implementation of IRDs, has already built 600 rooms for staff alone. That entity alone has already done it. So we're not talking about what is possible and only about government provision, but it's about investors that understand that development is a holistic endeavor nowadays, and that the type of investment that we're encouraging as a government is one that will impact at many different levels, and housing is just one of them. So there will be more jobs, as has been pointed out, more housing, more opportunity, more training, generally more prosperity that will come as a result of the IRD programs engaged in. And Senator Scott Motley had asked a specific question as to whether casinos exist now. And the answer is no. Casinos do not exist now. Gaming lounges do exist, and they are regulated by the BGLC. And the BGLC does, in fact, engage with RISE, and they do have engagements, but they are looking now at how they expand the program, expand public education, how they expand their own resourcing. And as I told you about the MOUs before, the international partnerships, which will not only bring in resources, but bring in training, etc. It's clear that there is an intentional approach to it. No one is pretending that this is going to be easy and that once the law is passed, everything is magic. A lot of work has been happening. And that takes me to the point of the resourcing that was raised earlier as well. Because the question of ensuring how the CGC is able to do the work that's anticipated by these regulations, by the framework, by the Act, this is not just a matter of money or a matter of personnel. It's a matter of ensuring that they have the technical expertise to be able to deliver on what we are providing for. And I wanted to just share some information because I think it's really quite impressive, the work that's underway. So the KIP Commission's primary focus has been on deliberately building the operational capacity and the technical competence required to regulate a modern casino gaming environment. Recognizing that many of the specialized skills are not yet readily available on the local market, not yet, because we are dealing with transfer of knowledge, transfer of training capacity, etc. That was another question asked earlier. So the CGC has adopted a structured approach which is centered on targeted recruitment, international partnerships, and sustained technical training. And just to give you a few examples, in 2024, they had foundational regulatory training delivered in collaboration with the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, Canada. 25 to 26, they had the expansion of the Commission's organizational structure and the recruitment of key operational staff to support licensing, compliance, and enforcement functions, specialized training in casino compliance and investigations for enforcement personnel facilitated with the Association of Certified Gaming Compliance Specialists. There's been participation in the GLI University technical training as recent as this year, 2026, and this has all been designed to expose CGC staff to, and it has been expanded beyond CGC staff to FID, MOCA, and the JCA to ensure that systems, processes, and monitoring protocols are being developed internally for effective undertaking of their obligations under the Act. Mr. President, they've even had targeted training on table games operations already and how they monitor gameplay, rules of game, how to identify cheating and irregular contact. And this works together with, I don't know if you remember earlier when I was going through the regulations, we stipulated that there are specific supervision and security surveillance requirements in the casino. And so there's a technological aspect, and then there's the human aspect of being able to identify cheating and irregular conduct. And then there's also been Again, this last year, there was advanced anti-money laundering training in the context of casino gambling delivered by an international subject matter expert. So the development of a casino regulatory training academy and an e-learning platform is actually underway in partnership with the same ACCGS that I mentioned earlier to support continuous development and institutional knowledge building, because the intention is not to say you're going to train everybody and then that's it. You have to have an institution that continues to grow and to recognize that employment is going to be cyclic and people are going to be moving in and out of the space. So you want to make sure that you have a mechanism or an institutional framework that supports training. And there is also continued active collaboration through Memoranda of Understanding and strategic partnerships with the more mature jurisdictions, as I mentioned earlier. So Canada, the UK, Nevada, Singapore, and other select regulators to facilitate knowledge transfer and technical exchange. So altogether, this ensures that the CGC will not only be properly staffed, but properly equipped and trained to effectively implement and enforce the regulatory framework, which is being completed, well, not completed, but being enhanced by the regulations before us today. I wanted to also remind, again on the resourcing, that under the Public Sector Transformation Initiative, the Racing Commission, the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission, and the Casino Gaming Commission are being merged. So this is going to, again, allow for greater efficiencies, greater leveraging of the human and financial resources and the structure that's being put around all of this. So it won't be BGLC monitoring the gaming lounges and then CGC monitoring casino. You're going to have one institution that will have the responsibility for gaming within our jurisdiction. Senator Scott Motley had also asked about vulnerability and how is vulnerability to be treated, how is vulnerability defined. So I wanted to just bring attention to the responsible gaming framework again and look at the definition. Vulnerable, I'm going to just read it, means susceptible to uncontrolled or excessive casino gaming or other forms of problematic gambling behaviors due to factors such as age, personal, social, or family circumstances, complex mental health, psychological learning problems, or the effects of substance, drugs, or alcohol abuse. Beyond this, this is the vulnerability. Remember, the aim of the act is to protect against the harm on vulnerable persons. No, it means that procedures have to be developed in respect of them. So not only access, but when they're in there, you have to identify them. That's why people are being trained to identify problematic behaviors. If you look in the regulations, you'll even find that a database of problem gamblers also has to be established, etc. So the point is that the systems are in place to identify vulnerability. Yes, it couldn't be more widely defined. And this is in addition to the definition of children, etc. So this is properly thought out, as Senator Morgan was indicated. The time has been taken. We won't be guessing, but this is actually to be there in more than one facet. So, on the note of borrowing from the research that Senator Sinclair had shared with us, which had assessed and found that the net benefits would outweigh any perceived social and economic costs. I think we can feel satisfied that the time that has been taken to build the institutional framework has been well used, and that the regulations that are before us for affirmation are in fact robust and well thought out and should be able to ensure that, that what is done serves the best interests of all concerned. I want to also just clarify one thing that I think should be really placed properly on the record. Senator Scott Motley had said gambling is an addiction. Gambling is not an addiction. Gambling is a practice, and some people can get addicted to it. They're just like sugar is not an addiction, but sugar is something that people can get addicted to. But an appropriate and effective regulatory framework and reasonable reliance on responsibility, and where responsibility can't be achieved individually, then it must require third-party intervention, including effective procedures and protocols in place by the operators. And these are audited, monitored, and will be enforced by the Commission through the internal standards and the minimum internal standards. Those are all provided for, and the structure is really pretty tight if you look at how the different instruments work together. So in this context, Mr. President, I do wish to ask for support of the Senate in affirming the resolution that has been tabled before us, and the regulations are pertinent thereto.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. So, members, the question is that the motion, notice of which was given on the 20th day of February 2026, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Well,
Mr. President, it now is my pleasure to thank the members of the Casino Gaming Commission and the Ministry of Finance and Public Service who came to support, having worked assiduously on the technical underpinnings of all that we discussed today, to thank them for the work they have been doing and the work they will continue to do to ensure the effective implementation of this framework. Thank you very much. Your work is appreciated. Thank you. This now takes us, Mr. President, to the Jury Amendment Act, and the patient members of the Ministry of Justice and the CPC who have been waiting to have their moment. Mr. President, the Jury Amendment Act 2026, which is before us, seeks to amend the Principal Act by ensuring that this act, which governs the process for trial by jury, among other things, provides for the summoning of persons for jury duty and selection and the payment of services by persons during trial, that it is amended in order to increase the sum paid to jurors who serve on the jury in civil trials and in a criminal trial, and also to provide for the payment of persons who are summoned to participate in the jury selection process. Mr. President, over the past few years, the government has provided Jamaicans with increased access to justice in various ways. We have increased access to legal aid, implemented mobile legal aid units. We have built new and better courts, justice centers, family courts, and we've been working at continuing to upgrade and renovate the court system across the piece, making sure that here, where the majority of Jamaicans experience justice systems, especially at the parish court level, that all is set up in a way that will deliver it in a dignified manner, and one that will reach, that where the benefit will reach the largest number of people. Mr. President, in this we have delivered free services for dispute resolution, for alternative methods of resolving problems. We have increased legal staff, we have increased the number of judges at all 3 levels, and we've been integrating better technology to make justice delivery faster and more efficient. The work is still ahead of us, Mr. President. There is still so much to be done because the system was underinvested in for so many years. But what is clear is that there have been vast, tangible improvements, and I know they are widely appreciated. So, Mr. President, as we continue to modernize and improve the justice system, we also turn our attention to the circumstances that affect Jamaicans who are summoned to and who serve on juries. Trial by jury, even as we debate the circumstances within which it must or could not be or should be retained, must not or should be retained, it currently remains as one of the cornerstones of Jamaica's justice system. And the issue of participation always arises from different perspectives, but an area on which everyone certainly agrees is that the challenges that jurors and potential jurors face in bearing the cost of attending court is great and has been too long unattended. So, Mr. President, we recognize that all jurors receive a stipend for participating in court cases, but only persons who are empaneled to serve as jurors in both civil and criminal trials receive $2,000 per day, and persons who are summoned do not receive, and are not empaneled, do not receive anything. So, Mr. President, we have found that that is untenable, and because they also incur the cost of traveling and perhaps having to pay for lunch if they are there all day waiting for the process, or more than one day. They may have both categories, may have to miss work, and if they're self-employed, they might not only miss out on earnings, but they may miss out on contracts or other opportunities to earn. So, Mr. President, we note as well that if they were to refuse a summons, that they could be fined an amount exceeding $10,000, even though what they would receive might be zero if they're not empaneled, or $2,000 if they are. So the system is unevenly weighted, and certainly has not for too long recognized the lived reality of the average citizen who is called to duty. So, Mr. President, a well-functioning jury selection system or jury system doesn't only depend on the willing participation of its island citizenry, but it does require the removal of barriers to service. And so the bill contains two major proposals. The first is that it proposes a significant increase in the stipend payable to persons empaneled to serve as jurors in both civil and criminal trials. So the stipend is to be increased from $2,000 to $6,000 for each day or part thereof that a juror serves. So if it ends part day, you don't get, if it ends half day, you don't get half of $6,000. You get $6,000 per day, recognizing that this is part of the service and they will never quite get an exact. It's not going to replace your losses, but the aim is to try to have the best balance in a sustainably payable stipend for your daily attendance. And this represents a 200% increase and is accordingly a reflection of the government's clear recognition of the vital role played by jurors in the administration of justice. 200%. Secondly, Mr. President, the bill addresses the position of persons who are required to attend court, as I alluded to earlier, for the selection process, which who are not selected. The government has taken into consideration the expense incurred by these individuals to get to the relevant courthouse and now proposes the introduction of a new stipend of $2,000 for each day of attendance during the selection process. While this is admittedly modest, it is a measure that acknowledges the personal sacrifice involved in answering the call to perform this civic function, and it does seek to lighten the financial burden associated with it. So, Mr. President, very quickly to outline the clauses before us. Clause 1, as usual, short title, read and construed with the Principal Act. Clause 2 amends the subheading immediately preceding Section 35 of the Principal Act to read payments to jurors and other persons, reflecting the expanded scope of the payment provisions introduced by the bill. Clauses 3 and 4 repeal and replace Sections 35 and 36 of the Principal Act. These provisions now expressly provide for the payment of stipends to persons who attend court for the jury selection process, as well as those who serve as jurors in criminal and civil trials in amounts prescribed by the minister. Mr. President, Clause 5 repeals Section 37 of the Principal Act, and the repeal is a necessary consequential amendment arising from the restructuring with 35 and 36. 35 and 36 now provide a simplified and unified framework governing payments to jurors and persons attending the selection process and applicable to both civil and criminal proceedings. So Section 37 became unnecessary. And Clause 6 amends 38(1) of the Principal Act by replacing reference to Section 37 with reference to Section 36. ensuring internal consistency following the deletion of 37 and its consolidation. Clause 7, Mr. President, together with the schedule, amends the jury expenses in civil cases regulations and the jury expenses in criminal cases regulations. These amendments rename the regulations for clarity, provide for payment to the persons attending the jury selection process, and increase the amounts payable to jurors serving in both. Mr. President, the bill before us seeks to overall recognize both the civic contribution made and the financial burden borne by persons who responded to a summons for jury duty. Again, I emphasize, clearly complete replacement of earnings or losses would be an impossible task to undertake, not only in assessment, but in implementation and sustainability. But the bill does propose a substantial increase in the stipend payable, as indicated, 200%, and it introduces a new stipend for those who traveled before empanelment. So it's a measured and necessary step in strengthening our jury system. It enhances the conditions under which citizens are called upon to serve, and by addressing the financial implications, the bill ensures or encourages greater compliance with summonses by reducing the hardship. In this context, therefore, Mr. President, I commend the bill before us, the Jury Amendment Act 2026, for the Senate's approval. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. Done? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
President.
Senator Thame, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, you might recall that in his 2024 sectoral presentation in the lower house, Justice Minister Delroy Chuck advised the people of Jamaica that based on the increases paid to them between 2016 and 2023, members of the judiciary, those at the top, became, quote, among the best paid in the region. And beyond that, they were now being paid at globally competitive rates. Meanwhile, way down the pay scale, Minister Chuck said that because Cabinet was, quote, well aware of the challenges facing the jury system, they had approved a 200% increase in the stipend paid to jurors. Mr. President, we are pleased that although almost 2 years have passed, this matter has at last found its way to Parliament. It seems the justice system is not the only one that suffers from inequity and inefficiency. Mr. President, we wholeheartedly support this amendment to the Jury Act. We salute all Jamaicans who take up the charge to serve on juries when called to do so. Jury service represents an ideal of citizen participation, an honorable responsibility to assume. When our people serve on juries, they are participating in keeping democracy alive. And no amount of compensation can express the importance of such a contribution. But of course, Mr. President, we here recognize the need to improve their financial compensation and for other types of improvements that would encourage participation and well-being of jurors. It is not so much compensation as a relief of the burden of service, the idea that the citizen should not be out of pocket in doing her civic duty. Mr. President, we should never tire of showing our commitment to democracy and the direct participation of ordinary people in the decision-making process of our nation. Jury service is an opportunity for members of the public to be directly involved in the administration of justice and brings democracy to the judicial branch of government. Jury service is participation, it's deliberation, it's democracy in action in a time of declining democracy. We see threats to democracy in the low levels of participation in elections, for instance. Our current government was brought to power with less than 20% of eligible voters having voted for them. The less the people participate and make demands on their representatives, the less they give oversight, the more governments have power to take rights away. Police killings in Jamaica are a telling statistic as it relates to rights, Mr. President. 96 people have been killed in 107 days by the police. The less people participate, the more governments have power to enrich themselves and to destroy democracy. Jury trials are one safeguard against concentration of power in governance. They are a source of power to the people, an important balancing force to power in the hands of so-called experts and people at the top. Mr. President, you would know the story told by Prince Buster in the song Judge Dredd. He didn't call any judgment, but he called our attention to the potential for authoritarianism in the courtroom. Because the judge was Dredd, a 400-year sentence for rude boys, no questions asked, was supposed to be justice served. Juries bring diversity of perspective to judgments in the courts. Indeed, Mr. President, a jury of one's peers or of one's community means there is a better chance that they understand the circumstances, background, experiences, and motivations of victims and defendants in trials. In other words, Mr. President, they reduce bias in the system, including by virtue of the discussion which takes place among them. They are therefore vital to confidence in the system. When victims and defendants can see themselves on a jury, they can better trust the system. And we know, Mr. President, that many Jamaicans don't trust systems. They even call systems Babylon. They understand that inequality and injustice have a long history in this country that have put many of them in opposition to the law and the formal justice system. We, Mr. President, do not want our people alienated from government. We want their inclusion and participation, and, Mr. President, it is the duty of government to encourage and facilitate them. That means making every effort to prepare people to serve on juries, including ensuring that our education system meets the same global competitiveness that Minister Chuck highlighted in speaking to pay for the top brass of the judiciary. Jurors, too, are judges, Mr. President, judges of fact. And on that note, Mr. President, colleagues may have seen some weeks ago a Gleaner article on the success of the principal and his team at Pembroke Hall High in addressing the literacy crisis of the many children who had come to his high school last year unable to read. He attributed their success to their Drop Everything and Read program, and he urged the Ministry of Education to put more resources into early childhood education and primary education to ensure that children can function at the secondary level. The Leader of the Opposition has been long advocating for a renewed focus on early childhood education. We believe that quality education is the best diversion from antisocial paths. Mr. President, the quality of education offered in Jamaica must be such that students leave the system with readiness and tools to uphold our democracy, including to enable them to serve as jurors. Once again, Mr. President, We are happy to support the improvement in provisions for those who serve to bring democracy to the justice system, and we encourage more such initiatives. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tem. Thank you, Senator Tem. Senator Fitzhenley.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I recall when I began my media career about 17 years ago at age 20, even when a few years after I ascended to the management cohort, I was particular about assigning myself to the courts because at the time I believe that the court is an important forum where one is able to get a sense of the pulse of Jamaican society. I still retain that belief even in my political journey. So, for my approximately decade and a half in media, I covered a number of cases, and after eminent defense counsel, such as yourself, sir, or Senator Sinclair, or Senator Christian Tavares Finson, completed treating with a case. Some you won, some not. But it was left to us media personnel to speak to other participants in the system. And from time to time, even after the conclusion of a case, we'd have interaction with members of a jury panel. From time to time, they'd approach us, wanting to hear their concerns and tell their story. And quite often, including in a trial which at the time was, well, after the conclusion of a trial, which was at the time the longest trial in Jamaica's history, lasting over 50 days. The jurors indicated concern about remuneration. Some indicated that they were put out of pocket significantly because of having to attend upon court for such a long phase. There were also complaints as well, I recall, about people who came to court, potential jurors, but were objected to, and they felt it was a waste of their time and their monies. Even though some traveled to court from a situate which is located in the parish, they had to take at least 2 taxis, or a bus and a taxi. And it was a consistent complaint over the years, I found, interacting with people who served as jurors, that it places a burden on their pocket. Therefore, sir, it is quite natural that having had that experience and those interactions that arise in support of the Jury Amendment Act 2026, the memorandum of objects are pretty clear, as articulated by our Senate leader, to increase the sums paid to jurors who serve on the jury in a civil trial or criminal trial, and to make way for the payment of a stipend to people who are summoned to court to participate in the jury selection process. Based on my past experiences and interactions, I strongly support passage of this bill. And in the same vein, sir, I would encourage Jamaicans to make themselves available for jury duty. $6,000 might not be a massive sum, but it will assist with the dislocation I alluded to earlier. In the same way, sir, that due to the endeavor of this administration, Jamaican judges are among the most significantly remunerated jurists in this jurisprudence. The suggested increase in the jury stipend is about making critical services in the justice system not an unattractive proposition for those who will participate. The aim is not to put them at a significant loss. I'm of the view that this bill should not be viewed in isolation, but indeed it is part of the justice plan, a plan to transform and make the justice system more good functioning. I think the Parliament should know that Jamaica has been actively transforming our justice system. This is one step in the right direction. And part of that transformation process involves processes led by the Honourable Justice Minister, Minister Chuck, that includes bringing greater technology, infrastructure development, and alternative dispute settlement mechanisms to enhance efficiency and accessibility. I think the Minister would be the first to admit that there is much more to be done, but a lot of work has gone into transforming the Jamaican justice system. For example, the Justice Undertakings for Social Transformation JUST program, which aims to tackle the issue of backlog in courts. An important program which aims towards modernizing court proceedings in Jamaica and improving confidence in the dispense of justice in Jamaica. Other programs which augur well towards the transformation of the justice system include the island-wide court network, which speaks to the technological modernization and digitization of the Jamaican justice system. Under the superintendence of Minister Chuck, we've had pioneering initiatives including the electronic filing and digital recording system and technology, as you'll be well aware, sir, to facilitate the taking of evidence without physical attendance at court. This bill to amend the Jury Act is part of a wide-ranging process, a multifaceted process towards transforming the Jamaican justice system. And there have been legislative amendments as well. I allude to the Child Divergent Act 2018 and what is so-called the expungement law, which was approved in the Senate not too long ago. The Justice Minister has also been particular about improving the conditions under which staffers in the system operate. And in that regard, we have seen major investment and renovation, also new courthouses, St. Anne, Clarendon, St. Thomas, to make better the working environment for people who participate and work hard and contribute towards upliftment of the justice system. All of this indicates that this administration is focused on not only one-off steps being taken. We don't adopt a piecemeal approach. We are fully committed to transforming the Jamaican justice system. From time to time, I see measures come before the Parliament, policies, motions, bills, and they appear straightforward and in the interest of the people. And I hear resistance from the opposition benches. For example, I recall when I came into the Senate, despite the Prime Minister having tabled Plan Secure Jamaica, there was a demand for a crime plan from the opposition. Senator Scott Martley used the word oxymoron earlier. I imagine they meant an anti-crime plan. Yes? And I recall when the states of public emergencies were before the Parliament for extension, despite data which indicated that Jamaican lives were being saved, the opposition voted against the measure. I recall heavy weather was made again concerning the Zoso law. Well, I heard Senator Fame, is it, allude to the work of the security forces. It is good for the Parliament of Jamaica to record that that anti-crime plan, despite the resistance of the opposition, has resulted in major gains. Many Jamaican lives saved. We had a 40% reduction in murders last year, and this year the reductions have continued, approximately 29%. So I'd encourage the opposition in treating with this bill to view it not just as a one-off measure, not a piecemeal approach, but part of the justice plan. And I'd encourage them to learn from previous mistakes where they objected to measures which are in the best interest of the people of Jamaica. In concluding, sir, I've heard arguments by eminent stakeholders concerning backlog in the courts and what has been posited to be the need to dispense with the jury system in Jamaica. I am not dismissive of those concerns, but I must indicate that I am in full support of a hybrid system of dispensing justice in Jamaica. To put it clearly, I support the retention of a jury system in Jamaica, even as there are some instances where some matters require the attention of a judge alone. Mr. Colleagues, our justice system is ultimately about delivering for the people, dispensing justice for our people in a manner which is lawful. And it helps if, in the way this justice is dispensed, it helps that in the way this justice is dispensed, it is ostensibly fair in the eyes of the people. I'm a strong believer in the notion that it is important that a good functioning justice system must in some way maintain involvement of the people. The ordinary Jamaican from time to time should be called upon to be the ultimate assessor of facts and pass judgment on their peers. I suppose, sir, what I'm saying is in summary. When Lord Delvin, I believe, in 1956, the Hamlin Lectures postulated that trial by jury is more than an instrument of justice, more than a wheel of the Constitution. It is the lamp that shows that freedom and justice lives. His words are timeless. They have posterity, and indeed he spoke well. As indeed his submissions highlight the concept of a jury as a safeguard against perceived excesses and a bastion of liberty in the Jamaican justice system. The Jury Amendment Act 2026 has my full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Professor Morris.
I think I need this outside. Thank you, Mr. President. And
Senator Morris, they have removed the chair from behind you here.
Yes, I'm aware,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for
I
your
thought
concern.
Tomlinson was doing it as a...
Mr. President, I rise to give my fulsome support to this piece of legislation as expressed by my colleague, Senator Thames, earlier. And in doing so, Mr. President, I want to stress the importance of the justice system to the preservation of our democracy and the importance of the jury system in that process. And as the Memorandum of Objects outline exactly what this bill is about, it enjoys my personal support because my mother who is a humble Jamaican, was one of those individuals who believed in giving service to her community. And in doing so, Mr. President, I can recall when she was empaneled as a juror, how dedicated she was to the process. And she would diligently participate in the process. And Mr. President, I could recall asking her back then how much she was being paid. When was this? 98 or 96? This was in the 80s. I remember asking her how much she was being paid because she was a dressmaker. She was a dressmaker. And that was her bread and butter, so to speak. And having to leave it religiously, daily, to go and serve was a concern because, you know, heading a family, a household with 8 of us plus grandchildren was not an easy task. So you're talking about a situation where she had to give up what was her legitimate earning to offer service to our country. And what was being paid at the time is what people would call chicken crumbs. Chicken crumbs. Or chicken feed. But the fact of the matter is, Mr. President, she was dedicated to a cause because she believed that our democracy was anchored in the delivery of justice, and in the process, she had to play her part. And, Mr. President, as I reflected on the service of my mother and many other Jamaicans who have given similar services and sacrifice to our country, I have to express the concern, Mr. President, about the time that it takes for adjustments to be made to these fees for the jurors. Because the last time that there was an increase in these fees was in 2015, which is 11 years ago. And whilst the increase in fees are welcome, I think, Mr. President, we need to have a system in place where these fees are reviewed periodically. For example, a 5-year period, because you're talking about a situation where inflation will impact on the price of goods and services, transportation, etc. And this will eat away the increases that have been made here in short order. So I believe that if it can be accommodated today, it would be great. But I think that we need to look at ensuring that we have periodic reviews for the fees that are paid to these jurors. Mr. President, I want to also point out, Mr. President, that I take note that a fee is being paid to those individuals who have been summoned to be selected for the jury. And again, this is a commendable move. But, Mr. President, when I look at $2,000, I said to myself, when an individual pays lunch, bus fare, that the time that they have to give up, $2,000 is nothing significant, Mr. President. And I believe that if we could look at, say, half that which is being paid to the members of the jury panel, so 6,000, half of that would be 3,000 to those individuals who are being considered for selection. I think that there needs to be a real look at that, because you want to make sure that these individuals are not worse off. I am proposing that we move it from 2,000 to 3,000. Mr. President, you wish my... Thank God the dead has no powers. Thank God the dead has no powers. Mr. President, as I look at the legislation, I had to look at the parent legislation, which is the Jury Act, to see those individuals who are exempt from jury duties. And as I looked at it, Mr. President, I took note that some persons with disabilities are excluded from participating in the process. And I asked myself why, and I tried to get some answers from individuals who are involved with the justice system. And, Mr. President, it is of concern to me that in a modern era and in a period where we have signed and ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which Article 5 speaks to equality and non-discrimination. Article 12 speaks about the legal capacity of persons with disability, and Article 13 about access to justice. I said to myself, we need to have an overall of the justice system in the context of persons with disabilities, because some of the provisions are antiquated. Because, take for example, Mr. President, when I look and I see that some persons with physical disabilities, some persons who are blind, can't participate in the process, I said to myself that we are behind what is taking place in other jurisdictions. For example, in Australia, which is a Commonwealth country, because there are provinces in Australia that have made sure that there are amendments to the legislation to ensure that persons with visual disabilities can participate in the jury process once what we call reasonable accommodations are provided. And Mr. President, as I make my presentation, I can hear the whispers. How can a blind person participate as a jury on a jury panel? How can a blind person? And I say, Mr. President, for effectiveness, I'm going to do a simple demonstration. I know I have 30 minutes. I know I have 30 minutes. And just bear with me, Mr. President, as I demonstrate where the technology is at this point in time for persons with disabilities and those who are blind. So I have on my phone an app, Senator Marlon, an app called Be My Eyes. And so that app allows me to take pictures, and it would scan the image, and through an AI feature, it would interpret it and tell me exactly what it is. Now, I am not going to point my camera. I am not going to point my camera immediately in front of me. I might rather turn to my right to get a better view and capture some more beautiful images. So I'm just going to do for a simple demonstration, and members don't have to worry about utilizing your images. So I'm going to take a picture, and so it has taken the picture.
Please wait. A parliamentary style chamber with wooden desks and green leather chairs, with a large ornate silver ceremonial mace resting diagonally on a wooden table in the foreground. The mace has a detailed, decorative head on the left and a tapered end on the right, supported by two small wooden stands. Several adults in business attire are seated behind the table, many with open laptops and papers. In the front row, a black man in a dark suit and light shirt with a tie sits facing forward. To his right, a light-skinned woman with dark hair pulled back wears a black blazer and has a laptop open. To his left, a woman with short, curly light brown hair wears a dark blazer with a bright blue scarf. Behind them are more men and women in suits, including some with glasses. One man writing or reading with his head down, and others turned toward each other as if talking. The room has...
Okay, so, Mr. President, that is where the technology is. You can't do it now. Mr. President, this is where the technology is. And I will tell you, Mr. President, that moves are being made in Jamaica to enhance the assistive technologies for persons with disabilities. You need to come to our Disability Studies Conference on the 28th and 29th of April, where you will see in one of our educational institutions, Minister, where students and teachers have developed a footwear that will allow a blind person to walk without assistance. And it is happening right here in Jamaica. And I tell you, based on all the technologies that I have been interacting with, and that is underdevelopment. I envisage that in the next 10 years, the concept of blindness is going to be redundant because the technology already is allowing a blind person to function at a high level in the society. And that is why I want, Mr. President, for us to have a forward look towards the legislation and make sure that we include more persons with disabilities in the participation of the justice system. And in so doing, Mr. President, I have to talk about how accessible the justice system is for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, the justice system needs to have a modern look. A modern look in the context of access to physical buildings for persons with disabilities. Remember, it is not justice for some. It is justice for all. And persons with disabilities must be included. Mr. President, I don't know what we are waiting on. I don't know what we are waiting on, Mr. President, to make sure that our police in the training academy are exposed to how to relate to a person with a disability. How can we ensure that these individuals gain exposure to sign language so that when a deaf person goes to the court or to the police station to lodge a complaint, they can accommodate them? I have heard people talking nonsense that a blind person can't give evidence or can't be a witness and all of those nonsense. Mr. President, I want to remain focused. I want to remain focused because I have a mission. I have a mission and I have a purpose here in the Senate. I have a mission and a purpose here in the Senate. And my purpose is to make sure that the lives of persons in our country are improved. And so I want to stay focused. Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that at every level of the justice system, we need to bring greater exposure to individuals who are working with working in the justice system to be able to relate with persons with disabilities. I must say, I am very much aware of a project that is currently being executed by Professor Audrey Henry Lee from the University of the West Indies, working in tandem with UNDP and the courts management division to do some training and to have a manual developed for these individuals. But we must ensure, Mr. President, that at every level, the police, the clerk of the court, the judges, everybody must understand how to relate with a person with a disability in the justice system. Even the jury, the people who are the jurors, even though they should be exposed with some form of sensitization before they take up duty in the issues relating to a person with a disability. And I say, Mr. President, that I support this piece of legislation, the amendments thereto, and really hope that we would look at the adjustment to the fees from 2,000 to 3,000, and also look at establishing a time frame for periodic review for the fees. And Mr. President, I also want to have one other suggestion, because if it is, that is your duty, not mine. Mr. President, I also want to suggest, so if you have, for example, a person who is a wheelchair user, who is selected as a member of a jury panel, you can't give that person the same $6,000 as you're giving everybody else. And the reason is simple, Senator Mala. The reason is simple. That person is going to pay double the transportation costs that everybody else will have to pay. Right? What? It doesn't follow? You don't understand persons with disabilities then. Mr. President, most persons with disabilities who are wheelchair users don't own a car. They have to take the taxi or they have to take the bus. And when they do take the public transportation system, they have to pay double the costs that ordinary individuals have to pay. That is the experience of most. You can't tell me about disability issues. You are living in a different world. I am talking about real life experience because I live amongst them, I talk with them, I research with them, and I have that experience. So you can't tell me nothing about disability. Mr. President, so I suggest that some consideration be looked at where those individuals are concerned in terms of an adjustment to the rates that would be paid to them if they should be so empaneled. I support the legislation and would be giving it my full support. May it please, Mr. President. Me no join the church. Me no join the church choir over here.
Thank you very much, Senator Professor Morris. And I retroactively recognize yourself and Senator Brown in a chair other than your own. I saw that late. She's moving on up. Senator Bennett Cooper.
May it so please you, Mr. President. I rise today, sir, in strong support of the Jury Amendment Act 2026. Mr. President, this is not a radical bill. It does not overhaul the justice system, but it is a step in the right direction to support the improvements being made in reducing crime in Jamaica. And, Mr. President, it addresses a significant issue that has affected the delivery of justice in our country, an issue that has been hiding in plain sight for far too long. Mr. President, we often speak about jury service as a sacred civic duty. We say it is the voice of the people in the courtroom. We say it reflects the conscience of the nation. But today I ask a simple question. What happens when the people cannot afford to serve? That, Mr. President, is a significant issue. Let us consider, sir, two very different experiences within our justice system. One, the experience of a former Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Bruce Golding, and the other, the experience of other Jamaicans in a criminal trial that collapsed. Mr. President, former Prime Minister Golding, writing in one of our daily newspapers last year, related that he was summoned for jury duty in a coroner's inquest. The summons came a decade after he left office as a member of Parliament. He chose not to seek exemption. He chose, Mr. President, not to rely on privilege. Instead, he served. He attended 19 court sittings over several months, and he spoke of jurors who we perhaps would describe as everyday, regular Jamaicans who were, in his words, intuitive, analytical, and attentive to the evidence that was given. Now, Mr. President, that is the ideal. That is what jury service should look like. Citizens engaged and committed and capable of delivering justice. But that is not always the case. Many Jamaicans shy away from serving as jurors for various reasons, including the fact that they simply cannot afford to travel to court daily to perform this important civic duty. When this happens, Mr. President, the consequences can be devastating. This Honourable Senate may recall that a trial of a man accused of a double murder in St. Thomas collapsed in 2023. The trial ended abruptly after the arresting officer in the case was seen transporting a juror to court. Many of us may recall that. And that matter was brought to the court's attention and the jury. The juror was discharged as a result, and the remaining 6 jurors also told the court that they had exhausted their financial resources and simply could not afford the continued cost of attending proceedings. The judge in the matter asked them a critical question. Would their financial situation affect their ability to deliver a fair verdict? And they answered, yes. The jury was discharged, and the Crown, in an attempt to ensure that justice was done, applied for a change of venue from St. Thomas to the Home Circuit Court. So yes, Mr. President, the consequences can be devastating. We often speak of low juror turnout, widespread avoidance of jury service, legitimate fear of reprisal, particularly in serious criminal matters. And we speak also about persistent concerns about class imbalance in jury composition. These, Mr. President, are not theoretical concerns. They lead to trial delays and case backlogs, and ultimately, they affect the constitutional right to a fair hearing within a reasonable time. Mr. President, trial by jury is, we will all agree, one of the cornerstones of our justice system. Our Jury Act was promulgated in 1898, and under our Jury Act, both civil and criminal trials allow ordinary citizens to participate in the justice system as judges of the facts. So, in a nutshell, here is how it works. A jury is made up of ordinary, regular, everyday citizens. And they basically use their common sense, not technical expert knowledge, their common sense to decide whether an accused person is guilty or innocent. And under the guidance of the judge, the jurors listen to the evidence from both sides and then consider the case in court. And because jurors are drawn from the community, from all types of communities, They understand the customs and behaviors of society. But while we often speak about the importance of jurors, the truth is that many Jamaicans view jury duty as a financial burden. Mr. President, under the existing framework, jurors have been paid modest sums, amounts that are simply inadequate. And this bill proposes to raise the amount from $2,000 to $6,000 for each day or part of a day that a person serves on a jury. And I will be the first to admit, Mr. President, that $6,000 is by no means a fortune. It's by no means sufficient, but it is a marked improvement over what has gone before. In 2015, and this is the number, such as I think you were asking about earlier. In 2015, persons summoned for jury duty were being paid approximately $500 per day. $500 per day. So let that sink in. $500 per day for a citizen asked to leave their home, leave their work, leave their children, and sit in judgment over serious criminal and civil matters. That amount, Mr. President, was not just low. It was inadequate to the point of being symbolic rather than substantive. The measly $500 per day was subsequently increased to $2,000 per day. And now, Mr. President, this bill proposes an increase of the stipend to $6,000 per day for those who serve on a jury. It is a step forward. And it is a step forward in recognizing that justice has a cost, and that cost should not be borne disproportionately by the citizen. Mr. President, equally significant is the provision that persons summoned for jury selection, even those that are not ultimately chosen, will now receive $2,000 per day. And I say without hesitation, Mr. President, that that is a most welcome reform. Mr. President, in more mature jurisdictions such as the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States, there are efforts to mitigate financial loss while still placing emphasis on civic duty. So let's examine and compare some numbers, Mr. President. 6,000 Jamaican dollars per day for jury service, inclusive of traveling expenses, is approximately $40 US. And that, Mr. President, is in line with the incentives offered in the democracies that I just mentioned. The federal system in the United States provides about $50 US per day. And in Canada, the structure differs by province, but in British Columbia, it begins at 20 Canadian dollars per day, and then it increases if the trial exceeds 10 days. In the United Kingdom, compensation can reach up to £64.95 per day for loss of earnings and increases after 10 days. Mr. President, I would submit that in that regard, we in Jamaica are in good company. Many Jamaicans, Mr. President, especially in rural areas, incur significant costs to attend court. They pay transportation fares, and they spend hours commuting, and they lose income for the day. And for some persons, Mr. President, these costs are deeply personal. A mother must arrange childcare. A father must adjust his work schedules. A self-employed vendor sometimes loses a day's earnings entirely. Imagine, Mr. President, a hairdresser, a woman who runs a small salon, who depends on daily clients to feed her family, being summoned to court to serve as a juror. She has to close her shop. She has to turn away customers who she probably had scheduled before and was budgeting for the money she was going to receive from those customers. And then she has to then explain to her clients that she's unavailable, not by choice, but because she has answered the call to serve justice. Now, while the rates contained in this bill may not adequately compensate this hairdresser for her time and her lost income, it does, in fact, acknowledge that her time is valuable. This bill, Mr. President, I respectfully submit that this bill is about respect. Respect for the time of our citizens. Respect for their role in the justice system. Respect for the sacrifices they make when they answer the call to serve. And Mr. President, I respectfully submit, and I think we will all agree, that notwithstanding that, reform must go a little further. So, for example, Mr. President, I wonder whether the system would not be better served by a more flexible incentive structure. And never. You can, but never. And, Mr. President, we must look ahead to more workplace protections and public education surrounding juror security. And we should perhaps strengthen public education efforts to reframe jury duty as a national responsibility. And, Mr. President, I do agree that better provisions can, should, and will be made for persons with disabilities. Physical access to public buildings and to our courtrooms is woefully inadequate for persons with disabilities. And we must make efforts to facilitate sign language availability to persons who require it in our justice system. There is no flaw in that reasoning. The Honourable Minister, Mr. President, has already announced that further amendments are coming in short order. I look forward to that. And at that time, we can have the debate on how far we go and the extent to which certain measures may be put in place. And, Mr. President, as we consider the extent to which further reform can go, we may wish, instead of looking at provisions of this nature, we may wish instead to engage in a national discussion of whether jury trials and whether jury trials should remain part of our justice system. But for now, Mr. President, it is profoundly clear that this amendment shows that this government understands that jury duty cannot rely solely on civic goodwill and that structural, meaningful support is essential. Mr. President, the nation owes a profound debt of gratitude to jurors, whose willingness to set aside personal, professional, and financial considerations to serve ensures the effective functioning of our judicial system and the continued integrity of trials by jury. In closing, Mr. President, this bill may seem modest on paper, but its impact is profound. It says to every Jamaican, your time matters. Your service matters, and your role in justice matters. I thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me this opportunity.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Bennett Cooper.
Time matters, not time comes.
Senator Tavares Vincent.
Mr. President, it is important at the outset to recognize that the vast majority of cases in Jamaica are already tried by a single judge. In the parish courts, most matters are heard by a judge sitting alone, and those judges are vested with the authority to impose substantial custodial sentences, even in the most serious matters, including cases of murder,
the law permits both the prosecution and the accused to elect for trial by judge alone. And many cases are in fact resolved in that manner. This bill, however, speaks to those matters that require the involvement of a jury. Cases which, by their very nature, carry significant public interest, complexity, and societal consequences. This is important because the same rude boys that Senator Thames spoke about came out and started to kill witnesses in an attempt to subvert the jury system. The amendments before us address a long-standing issue, the question of juror compensation. While jurors are not salaried, the bill proposes a meaningful increase in the stipend provided to offset the time, inconvenience, and sacrifice associated with service. Jurors who are empaneled would see an increase from $2,000 to $6,000, as was said, while those who attend but are not selected would receive $2,000. This is not a novel discussion, Mr. President. It is one that has persisted for years, and this legislation finally gives effect to those deliberations. But, Mr. President, this reform is not merely administrative. It goes to the very heart of justice, fairness, and national development. A properly functioning jury system strengthens public confidence in the administration of justice. When citizens participate directly in the judicial process, it affirms the enduring principles that justice is not only done, but is manifestly seen to be done by one's peers. In a democratic society such as ours, that visibility and participation are indispensable to maintaining trust in our institutions. A well-supported jury system, Mr. President, is therefore not optional. It is essential. In a small and closely connected society like Jamaica, the administration of justice must remain both credible and visibly impartial. The jury serves as a living expression of civic participation, ensuring that decisions reflect not only the authority of the state, but also the conscience and collective judgment of the people. Yet, we must be clear-eyed about the realities. Social familiarity, economic pressures, and limited resources can place strain on the system, and if left unaddressed, may compromise its effectiveness. That is why sustained investments in our jury compensation, protection, and support is so critical. Without it, the system risks erosion through delay, reluctance to serve, or vulnerability to external influence. Equally important is the protection and fair treatment of those who undertake to serve as jurors. In a close-knit society, jurors may face subtle or overt pressure, social, economic, or otherwise, that can threaten their independence. Safeguards for their security and dignity are therefore not luxuries. They are necessities. At the same time, fair compensation is a matter of principle. Jury service often entails personal sacrifice, including lost income and disruption to daily life. To expect impartial judgment while imposing financial hardship is to risk excluding those who can least afford to serve. This, in turn, diminishes the representative character of our juries and, by extension, the legitimacy of their verdicts.
By improving compensation and support, we broaden participation, strengthen impartiality, and reinforce the integrity of outcomes in our most serious cases. This is also a matter of national safety and stability. A justice system that is perceived as fair, efficient, and inclusive underpins social order. When citizens trust that disputes are resolved impartially and that criminal matters are handled with integrity, there is less room for frustration, vigilantism, and disengagement from the lawful processes. In this way, reforms such as these quietly but powerfully contribute to national cohesion and public safety. Regrettably, this important reform has, in some quarters, been overshadowed by the broader question of whether Jamaica should retain the jury system at all. While that is a legitimate debate, it is my considered view that the system, as it stands, is largely functional and capable of improvement without abandoning the fundamental right to trial by jury, a right deeply valued by many Jamaicans. Indeed, when one considers the parish courts, alongside those matters in the Supreme Court already tried by a judge alone, it is reasonable to conclude that more than 85% of trials in Jamaica are currently conducted without a jury. The question before us, therefore, is not whether to discard the system, but how best to strengthen it. Justice, Mr. President, should not depend on who can afford to serve it. Pay our jurors what their duty to Jamaica is truly worth. Finally, Mr. President, if we are to modernize the jury system, we must also ensure that those who serve are treated with fairness and respect in every practical sense. Compensation must not only be increased, but it must be delivered in a timely and reliable manner. Delayed payment undermines the very purpose of the stipend and sends the wrong signal about the value that we place on civic duty. As I understand it, Mr. President, what currently obtains is that jurors are paid at the end of the matter in which they are involved. The truth is that this sometimes takes up to 4 months, even though it is now done by direct transfer. It used to be done by check. It cannot be fair, Mr. President, that jurors, many of whom are self-employed, to stop what they are doing to participate in a trial and compensation be delayed for months. Mr. President, I want to take this opportunity to impress upon the Court Administration Division, which is under the direction of the Chief Justice, to look at this and to come up with a way, a viable solution to have this stipend paid possibly fortnightly and without delay. I am told that quite often the court has to use petty cash to assist jurors with such things like transportation. With respect, Mr. President, this cannot be an efficient way to treat jurors in a modern Jamaica. Thank you, Senator Brown. I appreciate your support. Mr. President, strengthening the jury system is not about preserving traditions for its own sake. It is about reinforcing the pillars of justice, enhancing public trust, and ensuring that our legal system continues to support the orderly development of our nation. A fair and credible judiciary is not a luxury. It is a necessity for economic growth, social stability, and the protection of the rights of every Jamaican. This bill, Mr. President, though measured in scope, represents a meaningful step towards that essential goal. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Tavares Vincent. Senator Sinclair, you are closing the baton on the government side?
Pardon me?
You are closing the presentations on the...
Not necessarily.
Go ahead, Senator Sinclair.
Right,
thank you very much.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to express my support of this bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act. Mr. President, the jury system has served us well for over 100 years. And across the Commonwealth, trial by jury has existed for centuries. And in Jamaica, when you look on our principal act, we're looking at an act which was passed in 1898. So, President, this bill, short, but it's the memorandum of objects and reasons sets out the primary purpose, being the increase in the stipend payable to persons who are summoned and those who serve as jurors. Mr. President, this increase reflects the attitude of an administration that listens, appreciates, and acts in ensuring appropriate increases across various sectors. So whilst we are debating this particular bill which speaks to the increase in stipend to jurors, we must not forget that this administration has now increased the threshold on tax, PAY, to 1.9 million. That is being done. We have increased the minimum wage over and over again, and we have now increased the stipend to those who provide this critical service to our system of justice. Mr. President, the payment of the $2,000, as has been spoken about, is something that is new because persons who would normally have turned up for jury service but was not summoned to the jury to serve on the jury, those persons never got anything. But under this amendment, they are going to be receiving a stipend just for turning up and be counted. Mr. President, a good citizen is characterized by being law-abiding, responsible, and actively involved in improving their community and participate in our democratic process. So the persons who turn up are persons who participate in that process, and our citizens who do so must be highly commended, Mr. President. To continue having members of the public serving in this way raises the confidence and credibility in the judicial system. The comments made by many who appear before the court as accused and their representative, I refer to the attorneys, lead me to conclude that the considered decision of the collective minds of right-thinking members of society, collectively called the jury, is more accepted than the decision of a judge alone. So when the jury determines your guilt, persons tend to accept it. They do. Well, Mr. President, there are some parishes where persons turn out to serve when summoned more than others. And in Western Jamaica, the parishes of Trelawney, Hanover, and Westmoreland tend to stand out where persons turn out to serve as jurors. For some reason, the turnout of potential jurors in St. James tend not to be so good. And it is something I believe that needs to be studied and understood as to why that is happening, Mr. President. Because everyone cries out for justice and fairness, but when given the opportunity to participate, many are found wanting. Mr. President, in Jamaica, whilst we facilitate in-camera matters, particularly in certain matters, and the presence of the jury goes a far way in maintaining the principle of open justice, which is the mainstay of our system of justice.
Senator Sinclair, 1 minute, please.
Yes, sir.
Leader, you know that we are dispensed with the 130. We are dispensed with the 130 motion, but this one we haven't dealt with yet.
Thank you, Mr. President. Might the standing orders be suspended to permit the Senate to sit beyond 4:30 to complete the business of the day?
Thank you very much, Minister. You have heard the question. Those in favor? Go ahead, Senator.
Senator Lambert, you cannot go outside. You probably cannot cross it. Mr. President, I'm a firm believer in the jury system. And as such, I believe it should be protected and preserved. It is my view, and that of many of my colleagues, that it should be included in our Charter of Rights as a right of someone charged on a criminal offense for any of the serious charges of the Supreme Court. Mr. President, our Constitution guarantees the right of an accused to a fair trial within a reasonable period of time, but not a right to a fair trial before a jury of his peers. Accordingly, I propose that as the Jury Act will be examined before a joint select committee of this Parliament, and as we look forward to the reform of our Constitution, the inclusion of trial by jury of an accused as a right be examined for inclusion. The right, Mr. President, can be subject to change by agreement of the parties, and I refer to the prosecution and defense, or by any special or extenuating circumstances which may impugn the fairness of the trial or the administration of justice. Mr. President, over the years, there have been actions taken, and I would say by both administrations, that many see as the whittling down of trial by jury. Others view it as a way forward in ensuring the administration of justice works and is more efficient. As I've said before, I remain a firm believer in trial by jury. But what we have seen, and I heard Senator Tim speak earlier and talk about Judge Dredd, I just want to remind her and the opposition that this talk about Judge Dredd came up at a particular time in the 70s. In the 70s, with the Gun Court Act. The Gun Court Act. And we know what was the reason for that. Yeah, but then you introduce it. I find that when I hear comments from the opposition that speak a particular way, but don't remember what the history was, Mr. President. We have had the reduction for murder, which some view are whittling down from 12 to 7. From 12 to 7. That is where we are now. And when you look at what had happened in respect to the creation of certain judge-alone offenses, the Law Reform Fraudulent Transaction Act was another one, where in recent times we would have removed the opportunity for trial by jury. Mr. President, many of these whittling down of the jury system have not gone down well with many of the stakeholders who view it as creating a judicial system which is more favorable to the prosecution. Mr. President, we are where we are now. And what I want to look at is some ways of how we can increase or improve the system. And it don't take money. So we have increased it by this bill with respect to the increased stipend to jurors. And I want to commend, since they didn't want to do it, I'll commend the Minister of Justice. That's where I want to start from. So, I first want to commend the Minister on this bill to increase the stipend to jurors. This, Mr. President, will go a far way in lessening the burden they face when they must fulfill their civic duty as a juror. And I trust the Minister will keep this under review as we traverse through the years and be proactive in making the adjustments timely. Mr. President, as was said by Senator Tavares Finson, the stipend must be paid timely. And I want to go right to the point, Senator Tavares Finson. I want to suggest that no more than 30 days should pass beyond the sitting or close of the circuit or the duty of service for the payment to be made. The proposal could be legislated as well, Mr. President, are not just left to the administrative system and good practice. Mr. President, because it can be an administrative action, Senator Morris. Mr. President, thirdly, where employers prevent the person turning up for jury service, and that you hear quite a bit, that my employer not giving me the time to go and serve and do my civic duty, the appropriate action must be taken by the state to prevent that type of action by persons who are employed. Mr. President, we must ensure the jurors' time, and indeed the court's time, is not wasted. Mr. President, case management, which happens regularly out in the circuit, he doesn't understand because he doesn't practice in the courts. Case management, Mr. President, should be separated from trial dates. Case management period should be set separate from trial periods. Alternately, 2 judges, if possible, should go out on each circuit. One for the management matters and the others for trial. Mr. President, sometimes you see jurors come and they sit for an extended period of time before getting into the actual trial for which they come. And that opens the opportunity, Mr. President, for interference with jurors. It don't take money to do that. We just have to start doing things differently and out of the box. Mr. President, there should be increased comfort and security for jurors. They should be given proper meals, not biscuit and cheese, and should not be mingling with the accused and or witnesses. Their security should be more greatly ensured once they are selected to sit on a matter. And there are several ways in which that can be done, Mr. President, and I will move on quickly to one. There is no need to call out the name of a juror during the selection process. Each potential juror should be given a number. Tried by one peers. They have numbers, but they connect the number to a name, and then the name is announced in court before all and sundry. And what happens then? You can now go Google it, find out who the person is, where the person is, and so forth. So you increase the potential for interference with a particular juror. So, Mr. President, you can give them a number. Call a number, give the occupation, because it's a trial by your peers. So the person will have that understanding as to who the person is. Mr. President, we can use remote locations for gathering jurors once selected and the trial proceeds. We can be prepared, if necessary, to sequester jurors in high-profile cases and our cases of a sensitive nature. And, Mr. President, we can develop a system for summoning jurors that improves on the existing system. It is sad to hear sometimes that no jurors turned up due to summonses not being served for some strange reason. And we saw that in Montego Bay with Marodine. Matter had to eventually be transferred from St. James to Westmoreland. Turn up in Westmoreland, and then I said, you have parishes. You have to look at it. What is causing this situation? I don't necessarily think it is stifling. People think of other things that goes to comfort, Mr. President, when they want to turn up for juries. Their security and that type of situation. And we can, whilst we improve, and I want to commend this administration for improving our courthouses. Since 2016, Mr. President, Minister Chuck has done significant improvement in the aesthetics of the courthouses and the comfort. But whilst we look on building new courthouses, we have to have them built, purpose-built. We need to have them purpose-built, Mr. President. And I want to say something, and I'm certain I'm going to get support from Senator Scott Motley. I'm certain you're going to support this one. Mr. President, under the Parish Courts Act, jurors can sit on certain cases in the parish court. But we need to have an increase in the monetary jurisdiction of the parish court, Mr. President. Whilst we look on this bill and persons speak about inflation that would have caused an increase in the stipend to the persons who serve as jurors, and jurors possibly can sit in certain cases in the parish court, for those cases to come, having regard to the nature of them, and especially like how we're looking on this Cyber Crime Act, and a person may want to sue if a person defames them, and you may have jurors. We need to look at increasing the monetary jurisdiction of the parish court from what presently exists of $1 million. And I would be bold enough to suggest that it goes to $5 million. And I'm certain I'll get a big applause from Senator Scott Malty on that. So, Mr. President, those are my comments that I wish to make. There are several other things that are not necessarily going to take money, Mr. President, but will improve the jury system and the turnout for persons who wish to serve and to carry out their civic duty. I do support this particular bill for what it seeks to achieve. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Sorry, Minister. Sorry, Minister. 1 minute. As unusual, well, you have to say that. As unusual as it is, I claim my privilege to make 2 comments very quickly. First of all, I don't think anybody dealt with, they might have dealt with the pool from which jurors are being drawn. It remains the voters list. And I think that my understanding is that there are moves afoot to extend that pool a bit, but it's important to extend that pool. And secondly, I hear the word whittling away of the jury system from both sides. Anything that is referred to whittling away, I know what is being referred to. That has always been in response to a particular series of events or circumstances. In the gun court, for example, witnesses were being killed right outside the gun court. Jurors were reluctant to serve on any case relating to gun. Tried by single judge, and the system has worked. Other cases involving gang, you can't find jury to sit on it. So, single judge. I don't view the reduction of cases which are tried before juries as a whittling away process. And I know people disagree with it, but it has been a response to a real situation in the society. Minister?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and I must say that I'm very glad that you exercise your privilege. 2 important and very interesting additions to the discussion. And yes, so the very good news, given the interest in the subject, is that the Minister of Justice has indicated that there will not only be another bill to come, but there is a joint select committee in which all the many nuanced views, perspectives, and experiences may be brought to the table to discuss. I will not discourage senators who have access, however, to have discussions with the minister to raise matters which can be addressed administratively, such as were shared by Senator Sinclair in terms of the immediacy of the numbers, etc. That doesn't sound to be something that has to be done in legislation, that perhaps these proposals can be made. I think we don't only have to wait on a joint select committee and a legislative process where change can be effected, we must be proactive. This administration has always been a responsive one, and we should therefore try to do what we can, even as we attend the more substantive discussions to be taken through Joint Select Committee. On the matter of persons with disabilities, I want to thank Senator Morris for his intervention and say that we're aware that the JCPD has continued to do good work with the legal counsel and with the court administration services and the Ministry of Justice to do sensitization in court staff and with legal aid across the island. But more does need to be done. And certainly, I'm not aware of what's happening in terms of teaching signing and expanding the pool of persons who can provide this service at a certified level so that that can also be available. Because what's clear is that persons who have disabilities are not exempt from jury service. They're not exempt at all. And in fact, they're not exempt. But justices can remove them from a list. And it's actually quite a wide set of not only disabilities, but infirmities that a judge can use to remove someone from a list. But they're not exempt, although I understand they can apply to be exempt from service on the basis of their disability. So there's actually quite a bit to be discussed, and this certainly does seem to be a good reason for Senator Morris to be on the Joint Select Committee when it is established, so that that aspect can be brought fully to the fore when we are discussing these matters. Mr. President, the matters of reform are clear, the advances that have been made are clear, but and I think we're all agreed that the bill before us is a step in the right direction in terms of balancing the affordability of the case for greater stipends and for both empaneled and non-empaneled jurors. Senator Bennett Cooper has, I'm having a problem, but Senator Bennett Cooper has shared with us that it's, what is being proposed is well within the scope of what is internationally normal, internationally standard, and accordingly we know that we are in good stead, even as we acknowledge that it is not perfection and it does not replace losses. So in that context, Mr. President, I ask for the bill to be read a second time and for us to move to committee.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favor? Against?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act read a second time.
The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you. Thank you very much, members. In view of the debate and what I perceive as a consensus, I will put clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those in favor? Against? I put clauses 6 and 7. Those in favor? Against? I put the schedule. Those in favor? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Against? The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? Thank you. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Jury Act read a third time and passed.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the indulgence of the Senate members who I know really are hopeful that this sitting will come to a close. We just have 3 small matters to be dealt with very quickly, Mr. President. And in that context, I ask for the recommittal of reports from committees and notices of motion given orally.
Members would have heard the question, specifically that reports from committees and notices of motions given orally be recommitted. Those in favor? Against? Reports from committees.
Mr. President, I beg to lay on the table of the Senate the following. Report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development, Batch 1, Order 2025. Report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Industry Cove Manor Housing Development Order 2025. And report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits, Special Selection, Maysmere Flats Housing Development Order 2025.
Thank you, Senator Golden Campbell. Notices of motions given orally.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Catherine Estates Housing Development, Batch 1, Order 2025, report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Industry Cove Manor Housing Development Order 2025, and report of the Regulations Committee of the Senate on its deliberations on the National Housing Trust, Housing Benefits Special Selection, Maysmere Flats Housing Development Order 2025, all of which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of March 2026, be approved. Mr. President, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Public business.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favor? Against?
Yes, Mr. President, and I thank the member for that. And so with that said, Mr. President, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Just before that, I had asked the question that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier, and I was interrupted by an intervention. The question is that those in favor? Against? Okay, now, Chairman.
Mr. President, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Thank you very much. The question is that the motion, notice of which was given by the member earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Against?
Mr. President, thank you. It has been a good day, and we have gotten through a lot. It is not intended to do any further business today. Might the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed?
Not without my observation that no member required an extension of the time of 30 minutes allotted to them, and yet still one did. Marlon. Anyway, generally speaking, members stayed within the 30-minute limit, and it is much appreciated by all. The question is that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? Against?
No, there's one issue. The members of the opposition who have had difficulty, and I suspect it's not just on our side, receiving the notice of the Senate sitting. I personally didn't receive any notice, and I know some of my colleagues, and I suspect it's not limited to this side. So I just want to ask that measures be taken to...
Yeah, I think that there was a difficulty because the notices were coming out under a name of a particular member of staff. But it will be dealt with because we identified it at the committee earlier. So this Honourable Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.